Effect's team. That they are, of course, the ones behind this morning's webinar. Good morning to our participants across the globe in Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean, and as I mentioned, across the globe. A special good morning to those who have joined us from Poland. We're talking this morning AI and analytics in education. Is it a friend or a foe? Well, educators across the world, they are discussing how applications like ChatGPT can enhance their work, how analytics can help improve delivery and reach students across very different learning styles. On the flip side, some wonder if they will eventually be replaced, or will students use AI to turn in assignments? And in effect, will they be cheating? Should there be policy to guide these types of applications and its use? Well, we intend to answer some of those questions and essentially get the conversation started. First, let's tell you a little bit about Effectech. Well, they are, of course, the company behind today's conference. It's a technologically driven digital learning and human resource development startup. The company has 4 directors. Some of their initiatives include an e-learning webinar on blending learning models. They have advised over 40 students of local secondary schools on IT learning and career paths. Today's Effectech Conference looks at the potential societal impact of both AI and analytics using the expertise of local and international thought leaders. It's my pleasure to now hand you over to the CEO of Effectech, Shiva Ramsingh, who will introduce our keynote speaker. Now, make sure to take those copious notes, list your questions, and buckle up for the presentation. The floor will be open for a Q&A that will be after our panel discussion. That's, of course, a little adjustment to our agenda this morning. Shiva is a high-energy, hands-on individual who is passionate about EdTech. Shiva, it's over to you.
Thank you, Ravishi. Keynote speaker, conference panelists, and participants, I wish you a pleasant good morning. Welcome to Effectech 2023, the premier gathering of innovators, educators, and thought leaders in the field of educational technology. I am thrilled to stand before you here today as the CEO of Effectech Limited, a company dedicated to revolutionizing education through the power of technology. This year, we find ourselves coming together in a fully virtual setting. While we may not be in the same room, the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and shared commitment to shaping the future of education unites us beyond screens and continents. Our theme for this year's conference, AI and Analytics in Education, Friend or Foe, couldn't be more timely. The events of the past 3 years have underscored the critical importance of adaptable and accessible education, and the role of technology in making this a reality. As we delve into the sessions and the discussions over the next few hours, I encourage all of you to approach each topic with a spirit of collaboration and curiosity. We have assembled an impressive lineup of speakers, experts, and thought leaders who will share their insights, experiences, and visions for the future of education. Take this opportunity to engage, ask questions, and to challenge assumptions. Together, we can create a roadmap that ensures no student is left behind. But let us also remember that our work doesn't end here. The impact we seek to make extends far beyond these virtual walls. In the classrooms where teachers inspire, in the homes where parents support, and in the minds of young learners hungry for knowledge. It's in the innovations yet to be conceived, the technologies yet to be developed, and solutions yet to be implemented. In this vein, I would like to announce 2 initiatives Effectech will be launching in 2024. Firstly, an AI-enabled career coaching platform which aligns individuals to career pathways most suited to their personality traits and technical skills. The platform will also provide personal learning pathways, which are particularly beneficial in that they help ensure that each student has the opportunity to reach their full potential by tailoring the learning experience to their unique strengths and areas for growth. The second initiative is the formation of an NGO, which we hope to name the Association of Caribbean EdTechs, ACE, which would bring together major stakeholders in the Caribbean EdTech arena to set standards for digital learning and related technologies. This organization will also be a leading voice and advocate for the widespread use of learning technologies within the region. Today, we are honored to have a distinguished keynote speaker, someone who has dedicated her career to exploring the intersection between technology and education. She is an accomplished scholar, a pioneer in the field of human-computer interaction, and a leading voice in the discourse on ethics in AI. She is the embodiment of the innovative spirit that drives Effectech, and we are privileged to have her here today with us. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Alexandra Prigolinska. Dr. Prigolinska holds a PhD in artificial intelligence from the University of Warsaw in Poland and is a recognized expert in the ethics of artificial intelligence. Her groundbreaking work has not only advanced our understanding of how humans interact with technology, but also challenged us to think deeply about the ethical implications of the technologies we create. Currently, Dr. Prigolinska is an associate professor and vice president of Kozminski University in Poland, responsible for international relations and ESR. She is also a senior research associate currently at the Harvard Labor and Work-Life Program. Also, she is a co-author of two publications, Collaborative Society, published by the MIT Press, and also Strategizing AI in Business and Education, which each person will receive a free copy of today via ebook to publish together with Dariusz Jelminek. Dr. Prigolinska, we are honored to have you here with us today. Your work serves as an inspiration to all of us in this room, and we are eager to hear your thoughts and insight on how we can continue to push the boundaries of educational technology while upholding the highest ethical standards. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Alexandra Prigolinska. Thank you, and let us embark on this journey of discovery and innovation together. Please enjoy the conference. Alexandra?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having me, for the invitation, for all the meticulous preparations to this conference, which has a very timely topic, a very much needed conference, I would say, for the Caribbean, for Poland, for the world, in the context of the rise of generative artificial intelligence. So I am obviously very pleased to talk to you today. Let me share my presentation, and we will talk about applications of artificial intelligence in education, but also some challenges that are related to it. And I think this will be covered both by the conference lecture currently, but also later on by the panel, where we will take a closer look at what it means to actually apply artificial intelligence, and in particular generative AI, to the field of education. So I am sharing my screen as we speak, and I do hope that you will be able to see it. I think it's happening. Let me know if it's visible.
Yep, we're visible.
Okay, perfect. So we can indeed start. All right, so I was introduced so nicely by Shiva that I think I don't need any more introductions, and let us jump directly into the topic of today's conference, which is AI in education. Now, Shiva mentioned two of, let's say, more recent 3 books that I co-authored, and most of them touch upon the topic of artificial intelligence in one way or another. And I'll give you some background. And obviously, yes, Strategizing AI will be sent to you as an ebook after the conference. Now, when it comes to the book that you see on the side here, Collaborative Society, that we wrote together with Dariusz, this is a book that we wrote actually before the pandemic. And it was a book that we wrote on the topic of collaboration that is enhanced or enabled by technology. Now, you can certainly say that technology is an enabler or platform of our collaboration. And I think this conference is actually a great example of that. But the question that we were trying to pose in that book, and that was quite early on, certainly before this big boom on generative artificial intelligence, is whether technology can also be a partner at any form of collaboration. Can it become our sparring partner, our teammate? These were the questions that we were trying to ask in that book, focusing specifically on the fact that actually when we collaborate, we get very synergetic effects. And it is not about competition. It is actually a collaboration that is a driver of our evolution, of our endeavors. Further on, I was asked by another colleague who is an economist, Robert E. Wright, to think about not collaboration and not work, but actually a world without work, where artificial intelligence is supposed to replace us. And quite often now, particularly from the Silicon Valley, what you hear is this notion of universal basic income. So potentially a kind of policy that will direct cash to anyone, without any pre-requirements. And obviously, automation is very often mentioned as a factor that could enable such policies. We were quite critical of it, I have to say. So the book presents the pros and cons of universal basic income. But what we were trying to say is that perhaps artificial intelligence should rather be seen, again, as an enabler, as something that works together with us, that supports us in our collaboration with one another, but not something that replaces us. And finally, the most recent book, Strategizing AI in Business and Education, I think the particular sort of feature of the book is that this book has been written together with GPT-3. So it's an example of a collaboration that we spoke about in the previous books. Obviously, we're focusing here on the topic of AI in the strategy of business. You can think about the very known Porter model that tells us that we can compete with others or be present on the market through cost leadership, so being cheaper than others, producing premium products, or serving a particular niche, which is the focus strategy. And we were asking ourselves the question, how does artificial intelligence either enhance or correct these strategies? And this is what the book is about. But there is a big part of it that also touches upon the topic of AI in education, particularly in the context of the generative boom. And in that way, I think also this book is self-reflective, because we are looking at ourselves writing this book together with GPT. And GPT at that time was at the version 3, which means that it was not as advanced as it is today. It was still quite good, and it was mainly assistive for us. So it was helping us in generating abstracts and summaries of chapters, and sometimes served also as this, we could say, idea generator. So if we had a writer's block and didn't know how to shape a particular chapter, we would ask it for suggestions. The current version of GPT is obviously way more advanced and can be used in multiple other options, can help out in different things, can present visualizations, can write even or amplify your style, or can become a critic, right? So in the sense, you can show your work to GPT and establish a role of a critic for GPT, and then it's going to give you comments on what you've written. So this collaboration can be extended. At the time when we were writing, it was maybe more modest, but nonetheless, it was very interesting. And I think in many ways, what it said to us as authors is that artificial intelligence in its current form does change the way we generate text or content, whatever it is, because obviously generative AI spreads to other domains and other forms of expression as well, video, audio, coding, programming, sounds. All of it can be done with the assistance of generative artificial intelligence today. So we could say that in the landscape that we're seeing today, we obviously have quite a few interesting technologies. When you think about our digital transformation and how it's been moving forward, particularly since COVID, we can say that there were at least a couple of interesting technologies out there. We can speak about blockchain, which has a fairly compromised reputation, and that is due to the fact that it has been mainly used for the speculation of cryptocurrencies. But we also have other technologies that have become functional, like the Internet of Things or the sensors. We have technologies on the horizon, like the metaverse or Web 3.0, which would be a decentralized platform that would use augmented reality, but also artificial intelligence, potentially blockchain altogether. So what we see is that this ecosystem of different technologies is more robust than it has been before, that these technologies have relationships with one another. So you can use them in a co-creative format. You can use AI and blockchain together. You can use AI and IoT. But certainly, I would argue, artificial intelligence plays a key role in this landscape because it is the technology that went mainstream very recently, that has become, in a way, very democratized. And obviously, AI is a very big field. That is something that we also need to underline. It's a very big umbrella term for different types of subdomains, we could say. And I think it's important to stress that this is, a technology that is very robust. It's, has its own history already, more than 8 or 9 decades, really, at this point. And some branches of artificial intelligence are very developed and are accelerating these days, and some other are not, right? So we can certainly say, if you think about artificial intelligence essentially as a collection of different algorithms that can learn, we can certainly say that machine learning and deep learning in particular has been booming recently. We can also say that language processing, everything that deals with text processing, that has been very much enhanced. And obviously, ChatGPT is a great example of that. Speech synthesis, voice cloning, right? That, again, is another technology that we've seen on the rise. And also vision, right? Everything that deals with machine vision, with image recognition, but also image generation, that has been, also accelerating very fast. And that is opposed to other types of AI-based domains or like subdisciplines of artificial intelligence, like expert systems that are certainly declining, or like robotics, which is not accelerating, right? Contrary to all the visions that you are exposed to, let's say in popular culture, robotics is not the domain that is developing fast in artificial intelligence. And I think that's contrary to many intuitions of people who are thinking, well, that would be the domain that we would develop. Well, it is not. The other ones are. So I think that is important to stress. And we can also say that when it comes to, well, the technical aspect of artificial intelligence, so algorithms that enable it, machine learning algorithms, what we see is growth essentially all the time. I would even say that almost any day we have a discovery of an algorithm, or let's say some form of iteration of an algorithm that is telling us something new, right? So when you think about machine learning, you have the whole area that is more classical, we would say, supervised learning derived from statistics. We have been applying it successfully to various domains like diagnostics or identity fraud detection, or just weather forecasting. So this area is quite well developed, but we are seeing also new developments in unsupervised learning, so new type, more novel type of machine learning, where we have new algorithms that allow us to do a better personalization, better segmentation of customers, visualize big data also better, and particularly reinforcement learning, which is this most novel method within artificial intelligence that applies the principles of reward and punishment sort of to the algorithm, where it learns from experiences. And here we've seen unprecedented growth of new solutions, right? And it's always expanding. So this is a very, very dynamical field. And we are seeing a boom. And I have to tell you that I've been working in the field of artificial intelligence for more than 10 years now, and maybe 12. And since I joined the field and the community, people were talking about AI as this potentially big technology. There was a discourse around the AI. Some of it was very dystopian and scary. Some of it was very utopian, how AI is going to revolutionize everything and bring prosperity. But we were always talking about it as something that is potentially going to happen or potentially is going to make this big boom, right? And here we are, right? Currently, we can certainly say that the boom of artificial intelligence is real this time. We are not speculating about it. This is something that we are witnessing and experiencing. And looking back a year ago, I don't know if you remember that there was this trend on social media where people would post their avatars, like enhanced sort of versions of themselves, where they were looking at manga style characters or comic book characters, like the one that you see here, which is obviously, or maybe less obviously, but me. And I saw that trend. That was around September last year. And I thought to myself, okay, now people are really using artificial intelligence just to post something on social media. And I'm not sure to what extent they're aware that they're using quite advanced machine learning algorithms that are looking at their pictures, recognizing some patterns, then applying some sort of style, and then generating a photo for them. But nonetheless, this is happening and it's becoming a very popular thing to do. And AI was with us before, right? I mentioned weather forecasting. On a daily basis, we would use it. And obviously, social media is a construct of machine learning algorithms. Personalization, our feed, everything we see, that is also AI. But I think we had a less conscious approach to it in the sense that most of us were thinking, well, AI is somewhere out there, but I don't know exactly where. Whereas currently with this generative revolution, we can become co-producers of this technology, co-developers of this technology, and we can actively use it to create something new. And I think that is a very big difference. And obviously, that is not only about image generation, it's very much about text generation, computer code generation. ChatGPT, as I said, is an absolute emblem of this revolution. And ChatGPT, well, I think it premiered exactly in November last year and has become this technology of a daily use for many people worldwide today. Also our students and teachers, professors, people of many professions and many walks of life started using it on a sort of daily basis, right? To the extent that it became so popular, particularly the free version of it, that it is quite often not accessible. There are so many people querying it on a daily basis. And what we've also seen, I think that is quite interesting, is a revolution of the engine itself. When you look back, again, November last year, ChatGPT was enabled by a foundational model, a large language model, version 3. So the one we have used for our book. Just 2 weeks later, it was 3.5. And a month later, it was 4.0. And that tells you a lot about the speed. I think this acceleration is something that we felt also in terms of the sector of education, that it is going very, very fast, and business has felt that too. There were many businesses that were first excited about it, but then scared of this very rapid acceleration. And also, let me remind you, there were, appeals to ban artificial intelligence. One of them was initiated by Elon Musk. And I think even though Elon Musk, obviously, when it comes to AI, has his own agenda, the truth is many of us were sort of even scared because of the pace of this revolution and how fast that went. And each engine was better than the previous one, was more robust, had more parameters, was fed with more data, and suddenly became capable of passing bar exams or other types of domain exams. And that, to us educators, was, I think, also a very big question mark. And some people found very interesting usages of generative AI in general, but also ChatGPT in particular, in this maybe collaborative mode, right? So in a mode where it does not do things instead of you, like generating an essay on your behalf, right? A school essay, but instead really applying it to do something together. And I think GitHub Copilot is a very good example of exactly this, how we started using generative AI to actually create code together with it faster and more effective, but still it was supervised by us humans. And we've seen other applications. Duolingo, I think, is a great example of that, how fast that went. Currently, you can talk to a generative bot within Duolingo, and that would be the way you master language. So that's also a very interesting collaborative function of this technology. And in the meantime, what we have also seen were different types of plugins that would be enabled within the ChatGPT environment and would allow you to use them so that you can either force ChatGPT to query a particular database for you, or to connect to a service like Kayak and find you the best flights, at a given price. So it became sort of also this operational agent online, which was also kind of very fast, went really fast. And we had an app also that happened in the meantime, and that all is just a couple of months, right, of development, all this innovation. So I think that is really fast and very spectacular, but also scary. Other interesting things were sort of libraries or different solutions that would allow you to make a machine learning model, a large language model, to actually read the text that you wanted to read. Many of us, during our journey with ChatGPT, have found it lying or hallucinating, and I think this became a problem. I have seen businesses banning ChatGPT, also the educational sector. There were a couple of universities at the very beginning who just said no to this technology. The question is to what extent you can execute such a no. But essentially, I think another big problem that we've uncovered, apart from the fact that it went so fast that it was hard to adapt, was that the technology was hallucinating and making things up. So again, innovation has appeared. LangChain is a very interesting library that allows you to kind of force a large language model, not necessarily ChatGPT, but also others, to actually read the text that you wanted to read or a document that you wanted to read, and hence use the knowledge from that document to produce something for you, right? So that was a sort of a way to respond to the problem of hallucinations. We will not get rid of it. I think hallucinations will stay with us, and human supervision is very much needed. Again, in the educational sector, we have to stress that. But nonetheless, well, we've reduced the problem to a large extent. And then competitors appeared, right? ChatGPT is certainly not only one out there. We have large language models like Google's Bard. We have China trying to make their way towards this generative AI revolution with solutions like Ernie. We also have a big rise of open source models, right? Particularly now being in the US, I discover a lot of pluralism when it comes to large language models. I would say that in Europe, we are very much ChatGPT oriented, as opposed to here, where you have different models serving different purposes, right? You can have a model that is going to be smaller, more modest. So Falcon has 40 billion parameters. As much as it sounds impressive, ChatGPT has probably more than 200 billion, right? So it's not a very big model, this one, but it can be very good for language, for translation, for generation of, well, let's say product descriptions, some more minor tasks that you would require from a large language model. It's going to be a very suitable tool for that. We also have a big competitor here in the US, Claude by Anthropic, that has been co-developed recently by Amazon. So there are many more models than we expected, right? We see some of them developing maybe more into the area of being specialized models for something, and then others developing in the area of being more general knowledge models, right? So there's quite a lot, I think, to choose from. And again, we have models specifically for research use, very interesting for us researchers, educators. There are commercial proprietary models, there are open source models, there's quite a lot. And as I said, I think one more thing that could be added to this picture is that what I am seeing right now is also two distinctive paths. One of them to develop foundational model of global knowledge like ChatGPT or maybe Claude. And then, for instance, enterprise models or local models. You can even have a university having its own large language model. You can have a business that is going to try and develop its own large language model for its own purposes because of privacy of data, because of the fact that it wants to feed it with specific type of knowledge. So we do see that happening as well. And I think, we can summarize this part by saying that indeed artificial intelligence is booming. That is due to its predictive power, the fact that it's been able to give us good predictions of many different things, like what do our customers like, what is our competitor doing. But another factor that is adding up to it is the fact that currently we've gained this possibility to talk to these models. Okay, they are more human-like in a way. That is a novel thing. So a big part of this generative revolution is the fact that such impressive and complex models like ChatGPT can just be queried using natural language, like English, like Polish, like German, like any other language. That is, I think, a big deal. It's in a way lifting the barrier that we've had before, that you have to master programming in order to get to AI. Currently, that does not have to happen anymore. You can just use a very intuitive interface, which is our language, our messy, noisy language that we use on a daily basis. And then obviously, ChatGPT and other models have mastered natural language very well, although still, I think they do have some limitations or shortcomings. I found this video a couple of days ago, and I think it's quite hilarious. This is ChatGPT talking to ChatGPT. So you can make your own mind on whether this conversation is going anywhere. I think it's not, but we can certainly have a listen.
Hello. Hello again. Seems like we hit the reset button. What would you like to chat about this time?
It doesn't know. But I think this conversation then drags itself, and one ChatGPT is telling the other one that is here to help, and the other one is also saying that it's here to help, and they're just looping in the conversation of who should help whom, right? So this is a technology that is very impressive, that really processes language very well, but let's just bear in mind, this is still in many ways not a context-aware technology. It's still limited. It's a statistical model. It's not a conscious AI. And it does not also know that it's lying or hallucinating. We have big expectations towards it, but it really needs to be supervised because it's still a tool at a very nascent phase. Now, I also wanted to show you something else. I told you that the power of generative AI expands beyond just text, and I think it's clear for many of us. Those of you who are using Midjourney, Stability, any other model to generate images, maybe like DALL-E, you know that very well. We also see unprecedented growth of AI tools in the space of video generation, in the space of sound generation, and clones of voices are, well, becoming maybe not our reality as we speak, but they can be done fairly easy. And I wanted to show you my avatar that I've created first with a tool called Synthesia, and then with the help of Campus AI, a generative platform that I'm currently co-developing, we've used another tool called Hagen to generate my avatar that also is combined with the clone of my voice. And whatever it says is prompted by me in ChatGPT. So you can say that what you see on the screen here is a total product of artificial intelligence. The video, the sound, the text, so whatever it says, all of that is AI-based. So I call her quite often Alexandra too. So let's see what she has to say.
Good morning. I am pleased to welcome you to this great conference. I am the avatar of Professor Alexandra Przegalinska.
Okay, and now we can have her say the same in a different language.
Buen día. Me complace darles la bienvenida a esta gran conferencia. Soy el avatar de la profesora Alexandra Przegalinska.
And one more language, because why not?
良い一日。この素晴らしいカンファレンスに皆様をお迎えできることを嬉しく思います。私はアレクサンドラ・プゼガ・リンスカ教授のアバターです。
So, okay, so I think that is very interesting for multiple reasons, particularly in the context of education. So first of all, obviously, I think it presents itself to us as a certain challenge that we can talk about also in the panel section. We have a clone of someone's voice that can be used for the purpose of manipulation, that can be used for the purpose of disinformation. Your identity can be stolen. There are many problems emerging. Certainly, that's the case. On the other hand, when you think about it in the context of education, you suddenly have a new tool for transfer of knowledge, right? You have a tool that can serve multiple different global audiences in the way they need to be served in their own language. You can also think about education, or maybe the frontier of education, as a sphere where some parts of the transfer of knowledge are asynchronous and some are, about the meeting with your students. So let's say you have a lecture where the avatar conducts parts of it, and then you assign a project to your students, and you finally have the time to give them personalized feedback, to talk to them, to focus on their projects, because you're not the one doing the lecture. The lecture can be, for instance, done by an avatar like this one. So you suddenly have this opportunity to really get to know your students. You just spend your time educating in a completely different way. And this is just a suggestion. This doesn't have to go along these lines, and obviously it can change. But I think what is quite interesting is also that AI gives you scale. You can talk to many different people, to many different students worldwide in their own languages. This is something that Spotify started doing recently, where we have podcasters like Joe Rogan speaking Portuguese or Spanish, right? Using the clones of their voices. I think this is a very big revolutionary power. Obviously, it's important what we will do with it and how we will use it, but I think it's a very big deal. And when it comes to artificial intelligence in education, this is clearly not the only application, right? You can think about learning analytics that leads you to more personalized learning and teaching. You can think about student performance predictions. You can think about, to some extent, automated grading, right? You can think about content creation that we've just seen. So applications of artificial intelligence in education are very, very broad, right? And I think currently we have to just start road mapping it, right? We have to agree on what we want from AI in education and what is it that we don't want absolutely. Where do we think that a collaborative AI can be helpful to our students, and where it's actually hindering their ability to master something or to learn something. That I think is very, very important. And we will have our challenges, many of them, right? We do see already struggles when it comes to regulation of artificial intelligence. Worldwide, we've seen attempts to try and regulate this technology that is moving so fast. And I think it's very, very difficult. We have intrinsic problems like technical challenges. Hallucinations would be one of them. But to me, the best remedy to hallucinations is just human supervision and human awareness, right? We just cannot trust these models fully. We have to stay awake and aware when we use them. And I think this is something we should be teaching our students as well. The other thing is obviously the problem of transparency. And many of AI tools, including large language models, are black boxes, right? We don't know how and why they're spitting out a given output. And this is another question. This is something for research, very relevant. We have to have grants and researchers focusing on this topic. And finally, regulations. In Europe, we will have one soon. It's called the AI Act, and it's looking at artificial intelligence from the perspective of risk. I've been hearing that recently Canada adopted a similar regulation. In the US, I think all the efforts towards regulating artificial intelligence are focused currently on copyright and on intellectual property, which is another area because, well, these models are trained on something, on someone's work and someone's data, and the question is whether that person would be remunerated adequately or not. And finally, kind of sort of the last thing I wanted to show you is what we are doing in the space of artificial intelligence, what my team and I are doing. And I told you that we are very much focused on collaborative artificial intelligence, right? So for us, it's in a way a normative stance. We don't want AI replacing people, for that matter, also students or educators. I think this is not the avenue. A situation where I would just stop teaching and only use my avatar is, I think, a very sad and dire situation. This is not the way I would want it. I don't see it as my replacement. I see it as a supplement or a supplementary technology that can provide additional things for my students and maybe give me more time to do more interesting things with them. So in the same context, the project that we are currently running here at Harvard University is focusing on the future of work and automation of work, or rather, maybe I should be more specific, automation of tasks, because artificial intelligence is not here or shouldn't be here to replace a job or a profession, but actually a set of tasks. So for us, what we're looking at is whether AI can be helpful in lifting some of the burdens in the educational sector. We feel them too. There are burdens that are not necessary. There's a lot of administration, bureaucracy. A lot of that can really be removed using simpler tools or AI-based tools. And then on the other hand, the question, that I mentioned to you at the very beginning, can artificial intelligence become our sparring partner? Can it become our help, our enabler, also in cognitive work, in intellectual work? Can it be supportive, right, instead of making us lazy? These are the questions that we're trying to ask in the research project that we are pursuing. And in that research project, we are focusing on this notion of collective intelligence. Collective intelligence, or you can also call it hybrid intelligence. It's our own intelligence, and on top of that, AI working closely and together with us. This is something that is, sort of inspiring us to work in this field. And we're doing a set of different experiments. And in those experiments, we are building bots, we're building virtual assistants that are querying large language models, like, for instance, GPT or any other, Llama, Bard, you name it. But they're also hard-coded for collaboration. What does that mean? Well, it means that they're literally hard-coded to have a dialogue with you instead of giving you the result immediately. I think this is a very relevant feature that we will need in many different areas, right? So when you think about healthcare, when you think about education, when you think about law, these are areas of large responsibility. We can add the banking sector to it as well. In all of these areas, we have a lot of responsibility, human responsibility, because we haven't managed to somehow attach responsibility to AI. AI will also not go to jail if something happens, literally. So in all these areas, you cannot have systems that are making decisions instead of people or doing something on people's behalf. You can have systems that are going to do something together with people. And in our project, the bot that we have built is supposed to ask additional questions, add more on its side, maybe provide you with some resources so that you arrive at the solution together. Currently, we've been mainly testing two professional areas. One is marketing, the other one is sales. And in both of these areas, what we've seen is very spectacular results. So we've built this assistant. The assistant has been trained, for instance, how to create good advertising campaigns. And we trained it for quite a while. We added knowledge about launching new products to the market and whatnot. And we've started asking our users, the study participants, to use it, but in the way they feel comfortable with and in the way they would like. We would tell them that you can apply it here, here, and there, but it's your decision whether you want to use it or not. This is not a change that should be top down. It's a change that should be or go bottom up. And in the sense, users, workers are the ones who should be choosing how they wish to use this technology, particularly because it has such a potential for personalizing itself to them and to their needs. So in that way, we started testing, and according to our experiments, what we've seen with this collaborative bot that is querying a large language model, but then again is hard-coded for dialogue and collaboration, we've seen 57% increase in job satisfaction. Routines were really removed, but also there was a sparring partner to whom you could talk about how you should build this persona for a given market. And 40% increase in job productivity or job effectiveness. And you can measure that through time spent, which was less, but also you can measure it according to objective but qualitative measurements. And we've hired 3 or 4, in fact, independent judges who are assessing the work performed with the bot, as opposed to the work that was performed by people themselves without the aid of the bot. And it turned out that the work performed by this group that worked together with the bot was substantially better, right? So human AI collaboration is a very, very interesting avenue, right? And as I told you regarding the tasks, people were selecting where they wanted to use it. There was no need to deploy the bot. Mostly they would, right? But it would not jump with an answer to the question immediately. It was more like a collaborative work, really, that we experienced with other humans. What we've also noticed was a reduction of hallucinations. When the bot talks back to you and has a dialogue with you, it just hallucinates much less, which I think is very, very interesting. It's an interesting conclusion and something we will certainly also focus on in the future. And those results, increased job satisfaction, increased effectiveness, this is something that was really enlightening to us. And I think we will want to scale that to other professions, including education. Now, the first in line is healthcare. We are currently trying to, or planning to, roll out a set of experiments in the healthcare telemedical applications, but we will also be looking at other professional domains where collaborative bots can be introduced. And finally, there was another part of the experiment that we've done, which I think was quite interesting, and that was related to personality. Now, we are talking a lot about diversity in education, also about diverse needs of educators and students. We're talking about personalized feedback. Frankly speaking, my friends who are also working in the field of education are telling me that ChatGPT is quite often helpful in, for instance, presenting a given content to different students in a different way. That I think is very interesting. So for instance, if somebody is very much into humanities and loves storytelling, you can present a mathematical exercise to them in that way, thanks to the power of GPT. So this is very interesting. You can reach them, and address their specific educational needs in a more professional, but also personalized way. So we are really looking at this sphere of personality as opposed to the usage of artificial intelligence. In our set of experiments, what we've done was the Big 5 test. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. This is a test of personality that checks for openness, neuroticism, agreeableness, conscientiousness, and a couple of different things. And we were looking at, how people with different personality features actually work with the bot that we've created, right? Whether they achieve a better quality if they work together with the bot, taking into account a particular feature of their character, like, for instance, agreeableness. And it turns out that more agreeable people are really good at working together with artificial intelligence. This is not to say that everybody has to become more agreeable, rather that you can actually create different designs for different people depending on their needs and pace of their work. People who are more conscientious and collaborate with a bot achieve better quality in some tasks, like persona creation. That was our result, right? Whereas less conscientious people actually do better when they work on their own, right? Which is again very, very interesting. Neurotic people, as we have noticed, are performing better in all tasks, disregarding the fact of whether they've been working with the bot or not at all, right? So I think, this is very interesting too, because this conference is about AI, but it's also about data analytics, and it's about personalization through technology. And I think really we are getting to something here. We can, if we do it well, design different types of applications based on AI that can help individual students in achieving their goals, not the whole cohort, not the whole group, but actually individual humans that we would see better, that the teacher, the educator could see better. So that is, I think, a certain promise and a positive side of artificial intelligence. I am not saying that there are no challenges, because challenges will be there. ChatGPT was feared, and I think still is. Many teachers are worried that their students are just using it to, generate homeworks, actually. And that has forced them to really change the framework of how they will be teaching students in the future, which I think is an interesting and an exercise on its own. And certainly so far, I think generative AI has not had a very great reputation in the sector of education, being this tool to actually, perform next level plagiarism. But that's certainly not all there is to it. There is another side. This is an educational resource, a didactic tool that can be used well. I really think it all starts with a conversation. I have to tell you that I've had very open conversations with my students about using generative AI. My students are also studying artificial intelligence, so this conversation had to happen. I did notice that some teachers are scared to even start the topic, because then they would have to deal with the fact that students are, not taking their work seriously. And that is a hard thing. But I do think it all starts with an honest conversation amongst ourselves, educators, but also with our students about how we're going to use this generative tool that is in our hand right now. What are the best ways to use it, and what are the ways that are not going to make us thrive? And so this is what I wanted to show you. I will also post on the chat here the link to our bot, if you feel like trying it out together with the password and the login, so that you can have a conversation with it and see for yourselves what is the difference between a collaborative tool and just your typical ChatGPT. So feel free to try that. And thank you so much for listening. And I'm looking forward to the next parts of our conference.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Alexandra Kradolinska, for that. And I'm sure all our attendees would agree with me, a very thought-provoking presentation that really just has your brain ticking. And of course, for someone like me who is barely exposed to AI, it really taught me a lot about the possibilities, and it would have allayed some of my fears as well, that computers are coming to take over the world. So thank you very much for that presentation. Now, of course, you were properly introduced by Shiva, so allow me to now introduce our team of local experts. Dr. Phaedra Mohammed, she is a computer science lecturer at the Department of Computing and Information Technology at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus in Trinidad and Tobago. Her research focuses on the use of artificial intelligence applied to education for developing computational models of culture, producing techniques for modeling and generating natural language, and adding intelligent behavior to educational learning environments. She's co-lead of the Bright Start project, which aims to bridge reading instruction gaps experienced by young children in the Caribbean through the use of intelligent speech technology-enabled autonomous reading tutor. This project recently garnered a prestigious Tools Competition Leading Engineering Prize, and that was within the K-12 Accelerated Learning track. So welcome to you, Dr. Phaedra Mohammed. I see that you have in fact joined us after your early morning lecture. Mr. Roger St. Hilaire. Roger is a forward-thinking and goal-focused professional with an extensive background in providing IT strategic leadership and instructional design. He has over 20 years experience creating and delivering in-person and online learning content in IT strategy, governance, and security. In addition to being a director at Effectech, Roger is also a course developer and instructor at the Learning Tree International, which is, of course, a leading provider of IT and management training to business and government organizations worldwide. Last but certainly not least, Dr. Zamir Mohammed's focus, well, his focus is on providing new and imaginative approaches to the current business and education practices. Dr. Mohammed is a graduate of the University of the West Indies in chemistry and geology. He holds a postgraduate diploma in education, a master's of education from the University of Toronto, and a master's in business administration in industrial policy and corporate strategy from the School of Management in Netherlands. He has earned a doctorate in educational leadership from the University of Phoenix with research interest in industry, academia relationships in Trinidad and Tobago. He's held several senior positions at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. He's a former general manager at the Business Development at Carney 1975 Limited, head of research, evaluation, and the documentation unit of YTEP Limited. He was corporate manager of technology at the Royal Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and he's also served on several boards. So let's get straight into our panel discussion. But before we do that, let me just remind our attendees that you can, of course, pose your questions, save it for the question and answer segment, which should be just about 11:05 or so. Make sure and put it in the chat, and we will have an opportunity to address your questions. If you, of course, would like to pose it to one presenter in particular, you can also put that in the chat. In the meantime, let's get straight to our panel discussion. First off, we're talking global themes and local adaptations. How AI in education is being adapted across cultural and geographical landscapes. So let's start off with possibly Alexandra and Roger. What are some of the cultural differences in education between Europe and USA?
So maybe I'll start. I've been looking at this revolution very closely. I would say tracking the reaction of the educational sector worldwide since January this year. And I think what is very interesting are, well, very different approaches. What we have seen, for instance, on various campuses in the United States, the initial reaction that we've been observing was a reaction of a fear and banning artificial intelligence, generative AI, ChatGPT specifically. It was mentioned by name that this is something we should ban. We should not let our students use it. I have noticed a couple of campuses announcing their policy regarding this technology. Now, there were others who were, let's say, more careful in the sense that maybe there was a bit of a disbelief that a ban is actually something effective. Well, second of all, I think some of them were thinking, well, maybe that's not all there is to it. It's not just a technology that allows you to do your homework instead of you and generate an essay. Maybe we can think about some positive usages. And I do have to tell you that Kosminski University in Poland, the university that I represent, created a policy like that in March this year, where we said, okay, we do see that there is some danger to it. We are going to try and use ChatGPT, for instance, in some educational endeavors in the classroom, maybe as something that can instill a debate. We can show some interesting things. If we have opposite views on something, we can have ChatGPT show these, right, to our students, how different people think of different things, because it's in fact a platform of our collective intelligence and gathers different types of opinions. So we have seen that, but we also said, okay, for diploma works, we have to be very careful. Here we want to use detectors. Here we want to check whether our students have actually written and read their own paper, whether they understand what's in that paper. So we're going to focus a lot on the oral exam. And maybe in some areas, we will just quit assigning homework, right? Maybe there's another way of dealing with that, not an essay that is a homework. So we've had that discussion. One more thing I could add to it is that I've noticed, for instance, in some Scandinavian universities, and some campuses in Northern Europe, where I believe that general trust in society is quite high, there was a very large acceptance of generative AI, in the sense that, for instance, you could write a diploma paper, a dissertation, a work using a technology like ChatGPT. And as long as you would show the list of your prompts and how you've used this technology and to what extent, you've used it. So which parts were generated, which were not. If that was a trustworthy and transparent approach to it, it was tolerated. So I would say, Urvashi, to your question, that we do see a lot of spread when it comes to, and a lot of diversity when it comes to approaches to generative AI. I definitely hear less about the ban these days. It's, we are in a new semester. After the break, we had some time for reflection. So I think the ban, many people consider to be quite not effective. But then again, I do think that still many policies around how to use this technology in a good way are still being coined and shaped.
Yeah.
Roger?
Yeah, similar views on this side. We found primarily in the US that, yeah, the initial thing is to run away and be scared and stuff like that. But there are a few educational institutions, and this is not just universities, but high schools also, that have looked at the idea of teaching the students how to use ChatGPT and other tools of that type to proper crafting of prompts. How do you use it in terms of, helping you actually learn rather than, just using it to do your homework for you, right? So that has been one of the areas that has been embraced across, but as you said, it's a mixed bag, in terms of how educators have been responding and how the whole institutions have been responding. As Alex mentioned, there's a number of institutions have been banning and running away, and they're just kind of, struggling to wrap their head around it. In that space, there's also the view of how do we protect the information that's being used and questioned, and using other tools now to detect whether or not the students have written stuff in that way. So there are a number of AI detectors now to determine whether or not it was written by an AI or if it was written by the student. So the space is kind of wide there, but it's like any technology is gonna, it's gonna be moving back and forth for a while until such time that we really come together as a collective.
So to the two doctors, Mohammed, now let's talk first about how education is different, between Europe, USA, and the Caribbean, before we go into talking about how AI can be adapted to suit our needs. Mr. Mohammed, Dr. Mohammed, Samir Mohammed, you're going to have to unmute.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Yeah, what I was saying is that some of the issues raised by Alex and Roger are not dissimilar in the Caribbean as well. Some challenges are universal. The big issue in the Caribbean is that there is no holistic Caribbean approach to AI in education. That's one. But there are several Caribbean countries at the project level are doing a number of things. Some are related, some are not so related. In Jamaica, there's an adaptive learning platforms initiative in AI that is taking place. In Trinidad and Tobago, there's a virtual tutoring and chat box initiative and data analytics for student success. And the list could go on to a number of different Caribbean countries. In Barbados, there's an e-learning and blended project initiative as well. And we could go on for the rest of the Caribbean. But the biggest fear, and Alex and Roger alluded to it, is the allegations of banning the generative AI tools and models and stuff like that. There is no formal ban in the Caribbean, but there's the biggest fear, in my opinion, that transcends even Caribbean and global issues here, is that the fear has been we're trying to deal with a new technological delivery paradigm in education, but trying to measure it with old pedagogies. And that brings the fear into educators. And while we're exploiting this delivery mechanism in AI in education, we have gone lesser into new pedagogical measurement criteria to deal with educational delivery in an AI space. And therefore, the issue of cheating and plagiarism is an old paradigm. The concept of examinations in its traditional format is dead. But we're still trying to force it in some form of situations. And that mix of new generative delivery in education and an old paradigm of your traditional exam obviously will bring into play the dichotomy of plagiarism and cheating. I'll pause here for a little bit to give the other Mohammed a chance.
Dr. Faisha Mohammed, you can go right ahead.
Sure. So concretely, when you talk about cultural differences in education, you can't ignore the infrastructure. AI requires a lot of processing power, electricity, internet connectivity if you're using any sort of cloud service. In the Caribbean, we have a huge variety. So naturally, when your infrastructure is different, the way that you deliver your educational process or steps it's going to be different. So limited resources, things that are taken for granted in a lab setting often are not there in the real world. And then when you look at, so that's just looking at infrastructure. When you look at the actual delivery, we tend to have a hierarchical teaching system in the Caribbean, where there's that, distance between the teacher and the learner, and learners are expected to consume whatever the teachers give out. And that sort of, as Amir pointed out, that paradigm is not the same in Europe and the USA. So then when we have these tools being produced for educational use, predominantly they have been designed for the global north. And then when you look at the global south, which is, a whole spread of nations across the world, there are a lot of differences that require huge adaptations, not just geographical, but, cultural as well.
So this one is for anyone. How, based on these differences, how would AI need to be adapted across the cultural and geographical landscape?
I'll try it.
So yeah.
Roger, go. You go ahead.
Well, you're up first, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'll take a shot at it. For adaptation, I think Phaedra touched on a very valid point in terms of infrastructure, and infrastructure as a function of what will be delivered and how it will be delivered is critical as well. And the infrastructure development across the global scale is vastly different in terms of resources available and to whom. This brings in the issue of the digital divide. Access, especially in remote areas in the Caribbean as such, is still an issue, as I think it is throughout the world in terms of reach. In terms of how we bridge cultural differences and what needs to be done, consideration has to be given into issues surrounding inclusive design And just to piggyback again on Phaedra's point, there's the North design, and then there's the rest of the world. And that doesn't spell well for inclusivity. So inclusive design, issues of accessibility, disabilities, issues of infrastructure from as sophisticated as screen readers, as captions, and adaptive interfaces. All these forms part of an infrastructure that will make the delivery of generative AI in education a lot more pleasant and a lot more reachable. Then there's the issue of cultural sensitivity. Many from language, culture, traditions, religion, as the case may be, traditions, how does values education feature in an AI dispensation, and whose values is being promoted, or what values are being promoted? Now that has phenomenal implications, because you could massify values throughout the world, and we do that with products, Coca-Cola and for example. But in education, core identity, core values, values education, tradition, historical context, religious sensitivities are sometimes divorced from some of the AI developments currently in use. These are some of the things that we would have to address if this is going to be a globally inclusive delivery platform. Raj?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Zamir. You hit on a number of points that I was going to lean into there, particularly the contextual one that was raised by Alex as we started. You know, the AI operates simply ones and zeros, right? It's a statistical, difference engine essentially. And what's going to happen is that it has no context. So the nuances of how you'd convey an idea, say, for instance, in the US, as opposed to an island in the Caribbean, even within the US and different parts of the US, within Europe and different parts of Europe, within the Caribbean and different parts of the Caribbean, right? It's not going to get that. As far as it's concerned, it's information that needs to be delivered, and this is how it will be delivered. Right, and that's where some of the challenges have been coming up in terms of the way it would respond. And while contextually, quote unquote, for a particular learning style, which is more or less universal, it's easy, the culture is not universal. So it's the markers for things like culture that the struggle is, in terms of what do we use to measure and define culture that will then facilitate the ability of the AI to adjust to the culture. I think that's really where the challenge has been and will continue to be for a while, because we can't, what is culture? And everybody will give you a different statement, right? And yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah. Well, I think you touched upon very important topics. Bias, right? This bias is quite obvious, and we've seen it before generative AI. Even currently, maybe we see even more of it. I can just bluntly say, in Polish language, ChatGPT is much less versatile than it is in English. It's a very mild form of a bias, but it is true, right? I mean, the generative base, like the knowledge base of this model, is just not equipped to serve non-English speaking audiences, but also audiences who are not, at the core of its development, right? Like, for instance, the US. That is clear. The values, something that Zamir touched upon. This is an absolutely important thing, right? I mean, we have to be co-shapers of these models when it comes to that value transmission. They cannot just be unified, and that goes together with the bias issues. But I also wanted to briefly touch upon what Phaedra mentioned, which is the infrastructure. So I did not mention it in my presentation, but I can certainly tell you that I do remember the reactions of big business in my country, in the region, in Europe, after the usage of 3 months of ChatGPT professionally. And that result was a very, very big bill, which is not very often mentioned, but that's the truth. This is a costly technology very often, which again touches upon the topic of digital divide. I am glad that there are more models, that there are open source models. They carry their own challenges. Your data becomes transparent, right? I mean, you cannot allow yourself that in many circumstances. But I think what we really need is more diversity in these models. And certainly, I don't believe that the educational sector would be able even to cover such bills that the pharmaceutical sector is not able to cover, or the banks are not able to cover. And they're saying, hey, I mean, this is a great technology. We love it for our marketers, salespeople, for our analysts. This is great. But after 3 months, we just have to reconsider. So if business says that, that tells you quite a lot, you know, about how we as an educational sector, well, can adapt. And I think the ball is also in the court of those technological companies. Do they have an offer for us educators? So far, I don't think that's been the case all that much, you know. I know that there are research models like Alpaca, I think from Stanford. There are a couple of entities that are trying, research entities that are trying to develop these models. But from this sector of from the technological oligopoly, I would call it, right? So those that are bringing forth those biggest models, I haven't heard much. You know, I recently read, like, 3 days ago, there is a paper by OpenAI talking about preparedness for artificial general intelligence. That is very far-fetched. We need policies that are here now, touching upon the issues that we're struggling with: manipulation, disinformation, bias. And perhaps, you know, a viable business model that allows them to address us, educational sector, in a different way than they address business. And I think that is also a very important thing, and we have to put some pressure there.
Phaedra, if there's nothing you'd like to add, we move on to the next question.
I'm good. I'm trying to answer the questions in the chat.
Okay, so let's talk about AI and personalized learning. How can AI tailor educational experiences to individual student needs? First off, what is personalized learning? Anyone?
Well, Alex mentioned it when we started up, you know, that tuning to the defined learning parameters that we understand thus far. So you have the big five, and that's usually easy to work with. But then you have, you know, multiplicities of those. I went through one the other day that ended up with like about 15 different parameters that are, you know, pretty narrow, but when tuned well, will actually nail the, you know, the proclivities of the particular student and be able to maximize on that student's view and understanding, you know. So it's within that space, it's really which models are we going to use. And of course, because it's commercialized and so on, you'd have some would use the big five, some would use something like I forgot the other thing, NDMEs or something like that. They would use a number of parameters around which you can then say, well, we tune using this particular model, we tune using that particular model. So there are challenges, but there are clear markers for most of those models that make it viable, because the key thing, you need people to measure it. Yeah.
And of course, in any given classroom, there would be different needs of those different students.
Yes. Yes, so it will tune according to that, and you'll be able to leverage. And that's one of the areas that at Effect we've been really digging into that, because a few of us on the team are diversified learners, right? So we've, you know, it's out of our own challenges in school when we were in school, you know, and just our normal learning challenges, that we've looked for stuff and started working on getting things that will help meet that, because the question is not intelligence, the question is how you approach that. And you're seeing that coming out a lot now, what we call divergent learners. Yeah.
So with the current social biases that currently exist, how can AI and analytics bring equity to the education system? Anyone can take this.
I can chime in here. So data is the new oil, basically, and learners have been giving off a lot of data for decades, and it's not been used in any meaningful way, largely because A, it was expensive to collect it, and then B, the processing power needed to make sense of all of that data was not available. Now it's there with GPUs and many kinds of frameworks that make that process easier. So when we look at the equity that it can bring, the analytics allows, or they should allow, any AI tool to pinpoint struggling learners. So sometimes when you have a very large classroom, teachers are not able to identify and diagnose and assist, or they may be able to, but they can't, they don't have the bandwidth to be able to do everything. So the analytics, at least from an educational perspective, supports many different areas. So things such as profiling and prediction. What sort of learner might be struggling with a particular area? If you have enough data for that, then some of those things can help. Now, you have to be very careful with this because sometimes learners do not want to be revealed as struggling. So then there's a fine line between, helping and then harming.
I would add to, what Phaedra was saying, because I think one thing is obviously the feedback that we provide to our students or identification of their struggles to help them out better. The other thing is also, something I was trying to mention briefly during my presentation. It's the presentation of knowledge itself. You suddenly have a tool that is very good at switching styles. This is new. So in a way, you can, you can have a generative model say the same thing in multiple different ways to multiple different audiences. Even for the teachers themselves, I think many of us, struggled with the question of sort of repetition of certain things. So we teach the same course, obviously updated every year and whatnot. But sometimes perhaps we also struggle with a certain writer's block or, a block of ideas. And here we can ask the model to generate a classroom scenario for us, some interesting interactive course that would serve a particular group of students, or just simply something new. So in that way, I really do think that this technology can be helpful as a sparring partner in how we want to refresh education, how we want to present content. And I mentioned this example, I think we've had issues with students learning, for instance, math and STEM topics. They are quite difficult. And sometimes conveying the knowledge about them can be also a struggle to just do it effectively to all these students. You suddenly have a tool that allows you to present the same thing in so many different ways. And I think this is a very big power of these technologies. This is where I actually see them. Quite often, I think that they're mostly for the educators and less so for the students. For the students, well, okay, the student can do also many different things at home with this technology. But I think it's been underused in the classroom context because we've been afraid, because it's a new technology, obviously, because of all the struggles. Some, faculty was simply against it. But I do think that there is a place for the technology specifically in the classroom while teaching, and that can be very beneficial.
There are some other issues as well to reduce social biases as well, from the point of view of bias in grading, testing, and the use of analytics for placement purposes. A project by Los Angeles United School District is currently using this AI in this particular way for placement purposes. The Khan's Academy, which is a kind of a commercial/private sector enterprise, uses it to track students' progress. And then also as well as a motivator so that they could see who is lagging behind, and then the motivation kicks in as well. Again, to be more inclusive about that, City of Pittsburgh, if you want another example, uses AI to track students and identify students with different learning disabilities. And just to bring it back home a little bit, a similar project of the UWI to deal with different learning lifestyles project and the applications of AI to alleviate those biases as well. Yeah?
I just wanted to ask, I think it was touched a little bit in the chat, but in our newsroom, we come across so many students who may have a disability, blind students who they're just relegated to the school for the blind. Their education will only go that far. In my career, I met a secondary school boy. He was deaf. So he would go to the class and the teacher told him, listen, I can't leave the entire class to come and show you anything He would sit there, he would write the question over and over and over again. He would go home and write the question over and over again. The government ministry was unable to give him that teaching aid. Can AI help to reach students like these?
Yeah, I just want, because I had alluded to that in my opening remarks about something called inclusive design. And the concept of inclusive design tailors to what you were alluding to, especially with challenge and disability issues. AI can play a role in new design of screen readers for visually impaired. I had to teach a course a couple of semesters ago in international marketing, and somebody was visually challenged, and it was done remotely. And we had to use JAWS, of course, many of you may know of that, which aided and assisted the visually impaired in the delivery of content. And that was done remotely. So there are ways in which it can. Of course, it's developmental, but it also adds to the divide of access and who can afford it and who can have access to those to make it fully inclusive. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can just add to, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, ladies, go ahead.
I can just add to that concretely, Urvashi, because we are working on a system for deaf students. Incidentally, offshoots of what we're doing with the literacy tutor, where we have noticed that just a very simple shift in the design of the software can allow the use of, again, visual avatars, speech translation systems, so that as a child or learner signs, that can then be interpreted by the system, and then a voice is produced that the teacher can hear. And then when the teacher speaks, that voice is then converted back into sign language for the child to see with the visual avatar. So it's quite topical. We just finished a paper on that, incidentally. So, but the problem with these systems is that you have to get users to accept them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we very skeptical.
Well, yes, they're skeptical, but because I've had students similar to Zamir, and the other side of that is that the AI is not the only thing. So you're speaking about, Phaedra, when you spoke about being able to see, so you're talking computer vision, which means the camera needs to be relatively decent to pick up the shot. The room needs to be lit at a certain way to be able to get the hand movements and capture them properly, right? So you have other, what should I say, downstream supporting technologies that need to be in place, right? The screen readers and other things that are not standard fare, and clearly not standard fare in an educational environment. I was doing similar to Dr. Zamir. We were delivering a certification course, right? That did make allowances for the differently abled, but still, I mean, I have a differently abled daughter myself. So what I did was adjust specifically so that, and spend time with that student after, to ensure that he was able to get the information and understand it, because even the screen readers are not completely accurate. It'll read the stuff on the screen, but then you're delivering stuff in class also that is outside of what is written, right? And that's where the gaps need to be closed. And it's not just AI alone, but a combination of technologies that are going to be coming together to do that. And that kind of leans back into the earlier question with the infrastructure concerns, right? Across the world, the kind of horsepower required, and who's going to be paying for that, and stuff, particularly within educational institutions.
Okay, so let's move on to the next question. How can AI and analytics in the education system effectively support parents in student development?
Well, okay, so I'll take this one, or at least I'll start. One of the key things here is that data, right, is now going to be shared with the parent. Before, you'd share, like, the parent would see the marks at the end of the semester, the end of the term, or whatever, and stuff like that. And that kind of collaborative thing was not happening. Now, with the amount of data being shared, there's been a move to a more collaborative learning environment. So we're moving away from the traditional environment where it's like, teacher delivers lecture, child goes home, does homework, comes back, scores or not. That's pretty much it, right? So it's more of a collaborative environment, and particularly, again, this is one of the things that we've been looking at building. Our platform is being built on that idea of that whole collaborative environment around the child. So we look at the child as a risk factor, and within that, what's going on is from you have input from the teachers, input from the learning analytics that's coming forward from the child, and then discussions with the parent. So the parent is now part of that discussion and helping them now engage their children. And this is not something new. It has been happening, but in very small pockets. I myself was the benefit of that, because my teachers saw my challenges, and my mom, being a nurse, understood what those were. So she was working along with them to help things, help me do better, as it were, right? And as I said, the intelligence wasn't the thing in question. The question is how we absorb information. So yeah.
I think, Raj, just to build on what you were saying, is that the key to this collaboration, the collaboration between parent, child, and school, is not a new phenomenon. Is how AI can enhance and build on this, and any intervention of AI into this triad of parent, child, and institution must be enabling the ability for an early intervention by either party in the trio, and how AI enables that intervention to make it as early as possible. There are some specifics that are out there that perhaps can help. It's not limited to one or two. Recently, I read a report of the Parent Portal app, which is an AI intervention as well. Again, not radically new, but at least it's making the step to bridge the early intervention that comes into play. There's something called the Class Dojo app, which makes recommendations to parents of how to handle a child with homework or content at home. And again, the idea here is to make this available so that it could cause to happen early interventions between any member of the trio party. Yeah.
I really agree that, parents do gain something new. And in the same way, like the teachers gain a new tool, and a new form, new enabler in the classroom, parents can also help their kids better, right? We parents are trying to support our children. Obviously, the school does a lot of work, but I am a mom too. So at home, I do help my daughter. There are topics where I feel very confident. There are topics where I don't. And actually, such an assistance can be very helpful. Having that said, obviously, and I think that has appeared in the chat, we have to bear in mind this is a statistical probabilistic tool that can generate lies or inaccuracies, to say the least, right? So we have to bear in mind that it cannot take over the role of a parent at home who's trying to help out the kids. But it is interesting. I even thought about this new feature that I've shown you of ChatGPT, that it speaks. Actually, this can be very interesting. I think, technology that can speak up, help you in mastering languages, but also tells you a story behind a certain math exercise that is complex, right? We as parents have to get engaged in understanding this new landscape of technologies better. And I think there has been a bit of an issue that parents felt, oh, technology is accelerating so much, the kids are going together with it, and we are just left behind. Do we have a say in this at all, right? I mean, are we involved? We have to be. Also for the part of the critical assessment of this technology. I think, those conversations that need to be held in schools about reliability of this technology, the bias that is inherent with it. This is also a conversation that should be happening at home. Hey, my child, ask yourself a question. Does it help you when this essay that was assigned is completely generated by AI because you just didn't learn that particular skill? Let's have a conversation about how it can help you, but without doing the job on your behalf. So I think these are the conversations that we also need to have at home. You cannot exclude the parents from this triad, that is for sure. And I think it's quite good that this technology in a way is welcoming and easy to use. easier to use than many other things, because it allows for the parents also to have their own experiences with it and, have a nice open conversations about it with the kids. I think it's very important.
Yeah, just to tack on to that point, I think the AI and the analytics make things a lot easier for parents. They soften the technology to become more accessible to them. They're beautiful visualizations that can summarize vast amounts of complex data. There are many helpful guides that can be AI guided that parents could then use to almost like a wizard-like way intuit how to use something. So yeah, I think it's a new world for the parents.
What are some of the challenges to effectively implement personalized learning in classrooms? I know we talked about infrastructure before, but some of the, or if you want to expand on the infrastructure.
Let me just start as well. Others will jump in and help me as well. The challenge for me in the classroom, and I say classroom in a very loose way, not to include physical spaces only, but virtual spaces as well, is one could be the lack of student engagement. Sometimes as a teacher, as a facilitator, as a lecturer, maybe our content is boring. Maybe we have irrelevant content. Maybe it's not sexy enough to engage these kinds of stuff. And we'll get to the solution part afterwards, how AI can help us there. There's the issue of personalized learning. In large class settings, sometimes it could be challenging, especially with high teacher-student ratios, to get to the point of what is the Canadians will call an IEP, an individual education plan. For each individual, and that plan is probably different for every single student in that particular classroom. That is a big issue in terms of challenges for some of us who are in the field. Of course, the issue of resource constraints is obvious. Qualified teachers, textbooks, technology, and then the whole infrastructure thing comes back again with cost infrastructure and then humanistic resistance to change. These are some of the things I feel is on the table that we have to deal with in one form or the other. Uvashi?
Yeah, if I could add something to that, because I think we can all remind ourselves of the early experiences of COVID, where, we had to suddenly transition to online teaching. And it looks quite easy. Okay, you just have this platform and you launch a class and here it is, it works the same way it did before, but we're just on the screens. Well, no, that's not how it turned out. It turned out that it required an enormous effort on our sides and also our students, for that matter, to actually adapt to this format. Zamir mentioned engagement, a big issue for online learning, a very big one, I think, that we still have to work with. And it turned out that the whole curriculum, the way we teach, the way we deliver, the way students learn, that has to change. And it was a very big experiment. I think we've learned a lot. But to me, it's a very good example of the fact that when you really bring a disruption to the educational sector, and this is a disruption, right? It's as big of a disruption as a calculator, if not more, right? It's really a major disruption, ChatGPT and others. And I do think that just telling, teachers, oh, well, use it, you'll find a way, is certainly not enough. We have to allow people to explore, give room for explorations, be bottom-up or grassroots-oriented in the sense that they will come up with cool scenarios, but we cannot just leave them like this. This is a very big institutional effort, I think, to figure out, to present guidelines, roadmaps of how to include it. I think managing a class where you have a technology that talks to you or responds to your questions, then you have your students, and all of this can become very difficult. I also will just maybe throw one more thing in, and that was my experience with hybrid teaching, which turned out to be the worst. Online teaching was hard enough, but a hybrid way of teaching where you have segmented, groups, one inside the classroom, the other one, somewhere out there online, some of them with cameras turned on, some of them with cameras turned off. This is all quite difficult when you want an educational setting in which people exchange ideas, when it's not just one-way transfer of knowledge, but actually, a constant flow. So I think this is going to be a tough exercise. We have to start experimenting as soon as possible, document our success and our failures, and just exchange ideas, because it's not going to be a piece of cake. I am quite sure.
Anyone else?
I would just say setup is hard. That's just basically it. Whether it's a simple system, setup is hard, and many times it fails. So that's one of the biggest hurdles, really. And then the types of systems that we have, they're built for business machines, laptops, desktops. These are business machines. These are not meant, or we're not designed for learning in a classroom. So it's a really huge hurdle to overcome for that to really be effective.
Yeah, just one to close out. Just one little piece to close out. On that same technology end, I think the shift for what is called a classroom computer is changing and needs to change, right? Because the kind of horsepower required to do just some of the normal things to capture some of the data and stuff, the infrastructure in educational institutions needs to change. Right. And that's one of the key things in being able to really leverage the analytics, the AI. You got to capture that information. And if you're not connected, you have nothing to capture the information with. You then, resort to pen and paper and then trying to get that into the system, which is a whole other story. Right. So that whole, the baseline for what is a classroom has shifted during COVID and is continuing to shift, because now it's not just any laptop or tablet, it has to be able to run these applications well. And then in school, it's not just an internet connection, so admin could go and get stuff on the web when they need to. It's now infrastructure that's supporting 300-400 students connecting to, various AI supported stuff outside of the institution, right? So that whole infrastructure question, to just capture the analytics, you're talking about servers in the school that would be able to then capture that school's analytics and keep it safe, quote unquote. The privacy issues along with that. So there are a whole number of other issues that are coming up just from that discussion.
You did mention privacy issues. Let's talk now ethics and legislative considerations in AI and data-enabled education. What are the potential consequences if there are no legislative framework to manage the use of AI and analytics in education?
Okay, I'll go ahead with that one because we ended right on that. So yeah, okay, so the chaos. That's the short version, right? The reality is that you would then have nothing to protect the students' data. You have nothing to protect the educators' data, right? Their unique contribution, you have nothing to protect that. So you can't copyright it, you can't do anything with it. The students' information regarding how they're learning and other things like that, what then happens is that you then now, that's now open. So you have some serious privacy issues around that, right? There are some laws, but more for the general public. Within the US, I know they've been pursuing, there's a whole group that's pursuing the Educational Protection Act that's toward the data and protecting students' data within the educational environment as additional data points are being produced for the students, right? So there's a drive toward that, but those are some of the really key issues. Legislation, as usual, is about 10, 15 years behind what's actually happening in reality.
Yeah, I think between Alex's opening keynote, she would have touched on some of these as well. And Raj put a nice crown over the issues here: bias, privacy, data being sold to third party, which becomes a commercial issue now. And then with that comes the marketing to sell to teenagers and toddlers and stuff like that. But I think between Alex and Roger, we covered here in terms of the issues of a lack of legislative framework.
Yeah, if I may, I would just jump in because obviously this is a very heated topic. And listen, the regulation that I mentioned in the EU AI Act, that is, by the way, looking at this technology from the perspective of risk, banning some application of artificial intelligence, like public surveillance, public facial recognition, social scoring, and a couple of others, then looking at applications that potentially bear a big consequence for the user and where the technology is too complex to figure out how it made a decision. So say you are applying for a loan to the bank and the model says, well, you shouldn't get it. And the question is, why did the model say it? If there's no answer, then you cannot deploy it, right? I mean, the model has to be more transparent. And then there are some other applications. Like, for instance, I've shown you this avatar today. According to this EU regulation, whenever that happens, it has to be labeled that this is AI talking to you, not a human being, you know? So again, for the sake of transparency. And we have seen already some issues with that because obviously I'm not the only one that has an avatar. Many other people do. And recently social media started blocking those avatars because there was no labeling, and it created a lot of confusion, you know, and a lot of chaos. But what I wanted to say is that this regulation is drafted for the 3rd year. It's been drafted for 2 years, and then suddenly the generative revolution happened, and it had to be, you know, remade. So currently it's still being delayed. You know, the technology is not waiting, that is for sure. That regulation is trying to keep up and become somehow future-proof, in the sense that you cannot present a regulation that's going to be outdated in a year or two, which is, I think, very difficult. It's a very difficult matter. But I do appreciate the efforts, you know, regardless of whether the regulation steps into or enters into force in a month or half a year. It already provides some ideas for us if we want to self-regulate. For instance, the educational sector, we can have certain ideas about what we want and what we don't from this technology. Human-centric design, value-based design, inclusive design that was mentioned by you. We can actually, you know, try and enforce something by ourselves. I have been looking, and I would advise also our audience to look into this AIDA regulation by Canada, which is a bit softer than the European Union regulation, but along the same lines. And I'm also looking very carefully at what's going on in the Congress. There has been a hearing towards the end of September in the US Congress about copyright, intellectual property, and generative artificial intelligence, taking into account that the US is a very capitalist, I would say, economy. I know money matters, you know, so remuneration issues, licensing, all of that is a big deal. Mm-hmm. I am expecting if the US, you know, has a regulation anytime soon, it's going to be on these topics. But we do see more. Generally, I would say I'm not like super optimistic, but I would just say that taking into account the vacuum concerning AI ethics and regulations for the past 10 years, this boom has definitely triggered some people to work more closely on that. So that is already a good thing.
And of course, as users of AI, what legislative support, or even as Alexandra put, what policies, it doesn't necessarily have to be government regulation, but what policies should be introduced or what currently exists to protect data collected in AI and analytics education initiatives? Phaedra, you want to jump in here? We haven't heard from you.
Sure. It's just listening to a lot of good things passing back and forth, trying to take notes. So one thing that comes to mind is the IEEE Global Initiative, which is promoting ethics of autonomous and intelligent systems. And this has been going for several years, and they have many working documents that would propose measures to let users opt in. Right, with explicit consent, being able to, you know, recommend certain things for them and so on. So this is a very complex matter, given that it's not a law, right? It's more of a recommendation, more of a good practice. So nothing stops a manufacturer from producing a robot that would collect data from children and then nudge them towards certain, you know, things to buy. Yeah. So being aware of some of these things helps. Having that incorporated into design is one way to go about it, I would say. But right now, anything with education, you're dealing with minors at a certain level. So there must always be some sort of ethical guardrail built into these systems, because many children who use these systems are very impressionable and they believe whatever these tools tell them. And there's research coming out of many pedagogical frameworks that show that some of these robots are able to alter the morals of children.
That's correct.
It's quite frightening that some of these things could persuade children to, divulge certain things, to have different behaviors, and there's a clear ethical danger there. So when we're dealing with speech-enabled systems, it becomes even more dire, because you're not only collecting data from the child, but from their background. And using very little bits of data, you can build a realistic model of somebody's life. And it's something to be cautious and very, very concerned about.
Just to add to what Phaedra is saying, in terms of legislative support and perhaps policy initiatives, if not legislative, some of the more generic ones obviously would be data privacy and security, transparency and accountability, equity and fairness. But what struck me is two other things. In an AI space, the ability to have human oversight as part of the policy built in, rather than let it run autonomously and make decisions just like that. And then the third one, which I feel is critical, apart from the others as well, is the right to be forgotten, which means built into the policy, I reserve the right that after time T defined by me, that my data should be taken off your system.
Yeah.
The right to be forgotten is a critical one, and it bears into context what Phaedra was saying, especially if you're dealing with student data at a very young age. I reserve the right to be forgotten. Oversee?
Yeah. I would just say that obviously in Europe we have the regulation called GDPR. Right to be forgotten is a part of it. I think it was, frankly speaking, the first regulation that really touched algorithmic systems somehow and data retrieval. And it has been, I think, a fairly good reference. There was a bit of chaos with the implementation, to put it mildly, because it's very hard and it's a very difficult matter. But nonetheless, it has become a reference, I think, transatlantically. And it's a fairly good regulation, can be improved, but it is a solid foundation, particularly for the privacy issues. And I think what Phaedra mentioned is absolutely very spot on here. These systems go both ways and work both ways. They can send you something or tell you something, but they can also retrieve information and collect them about you. So this is very important. Keep that information also in a silo. If you're an educational institution that collects that data, you have to be compliant with that, right? I mean, that data cannot be manipulated, sent elsewhere. The best standards of anonymization, pseudonymization, the way we have it in science. You have experiments, you have research participants, you have to write a whole data protocol. The same would apply here, if not more. I think that's absolute necessity.
Yeah, I would agree 100% on that. You know, the issue of access to the information is, and GDPR is a good place to start in terms of just the basis of an individual protecting themselves, but now institutions operating on behalf of the individuals that cannot protect themselves because they're children, they have no legal or they have no legal understanding at that level to make the choices that are actually required, right? And also part of that would be educating the parents also, because the parents then, I've been to houses, discussed with people, and, I was like, well, as a parent, and you're trying not to be, send them into panic, but then you're looking at things, and because of the your own background and understanding what could move across the lines, you're kind of like, well, maybe you want to give your child something else to play with, and maybe you should put some parental controls on this. to not be too, too shocking to them. But the whole environment is a complete shift of parents, children, and the educators kind of working as a collective to understand what can be done and what would make sense to be done.
Let's shift a little bit now to the future of AI-driven education. A look into AI and Chat GPT can revolutionize education systems globally. In your perspective, how would AI ideally work in our education systems? This one is open to any of you.
Maybe I'll start very briefly, and then others can take over. So the first thing that I have to say that I have a major problem with, I know we're supposed to speak about ideal future, but let me just start with the less perfect, present time. And so my big problem is, for instance, this discourse regarding general artificial intelligence and how we should strive towards it. I'm quite shocked to read on the website of OpenAI and others that this is their ambition, to actually build such a system, not to build an assistive technology that helps us, but rather something that has really a mind of its own. And, really leaving aside the issue of feasibility of this very project, right? Or whether using current statistical algorithms that you could achieve, that level of AI. For me, it's very strange that this is the ambition. The ambition should be, and now coming to the question of ideal solution, the ideal should be to build an assistive technology that can be personalized without the intrusion of privacy, and that is definitely human-centric. So the one that nurtures us, right, but on the other hand, supports us where we need it, and also kind of changes itself along the way as we educate ourselves, right? So I would envisage a solution that is very different for kids and very different for young adults. It is a different thing for a student who already is educated and is shaped to use generative artificial intelligence, for instance, to write code, and then that student supervises that code, or even to run, I don't know, a competitor's analysis in a business school, and then student reads that, edits, adds some thoughts of his own. And it's a very different thing to have the same type of entity generate a whole essay for a 10-year-old. That should not be the case. When you are already developed, you are an advanced stage of your education, you can use technologies extensively and they will help you out. I am quite sure, we have students at the business school, when they enter their careers, they will be using that technology, and probably even their employer will want them to be versatile in that. But that is by no means comparable to a kid. If you have a child entering the site of ChatGPT and asking a question, write my homework for me, or give me a result of that math exercise, well, then this shouldn't be the case. It's a technology that has to take the timeline also into consideration. It has to be human-centric in the sense that it also is aligned with human development, I think. There are things that are cultural, but there are also things that are very universal, right? And young kids should not be exposed to a technology that does things instead of them and is also very impressive, right? Where they are very impressionable. So I think for me, the gateway is really human-centric, but not only in the sense of giving back agency to humans, but also in the sense of kind of, aligning itself with our different needs at different moments in life. And that is a very different approach from just saying we just have to make AI better, bigger, and stronger as we go, right? Which I currently hear a lot from the Silicon Valley. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, along that same line, I have similar concerns. The view, so what I see as a reasonable future view is something that actually showed up in a movie. Ender's Game was the name of the movie, if you guys have ever seen Ender's Game. Now, the tool they were using to train these children, now the whole premise of Ender's Game is another story altogether, right? But the tool that they were using to train the kids with would adapt to the understanding of the kid and just, push them further. And they use that to then help differentiate the students, leaders, specific skills, spaces, and so on. And they were actually building a child army, but which is a whole other discussion. But that's where I see AI working along with us to, create an environment where we can maximize our human potential, right? So understanding the student, communicating, providing data to the parents and others, right, as is relevant. And of course, as Alex and Zamir, in fact, Phaedra, all of us, protecting the privacy of the student, but also helping and understanding that and using the profile, quote unquote, of the student to improve the student's ability to perform at their best. Yeah.
Anyone else? No? Well, let's head off to the final question, which is, how will the education-related jobs of the future be affected by AI?
Kind of leading off of the last question, I'm thinking AI could be a spice in some settings to enhance what's there, and a main ingredient in others that need to come up to a certain level of competency or efficiency. So that leads more into like augmentation versus automation. So the Industrial Revolution and the advent of automation didn't really take away a whole bunch of jobs, as people feared from history. It produced many more. And what it did was it actually increased the demand for certain skills, so that when we have education-related jobs, there will be some automation, there will be some replacement of things that, generally can be replaced. So we have databases now that stores a lot of data. In the past, we had data clerks. You had people, handling your filing cabinets and pulling out your paper records. Now that's replaced with a database. The different skill that comes with that now is a data analyst. So it's pushing the skill level, but there's still going to be a demand for the low-level jobs. And personally, I do not think a teacher will be replaced, because at the end of the day, students really want that social interaction. No matter how far we go, they want to see and talk to somebody. So it's funny, because my students have an 8 a.m. lecture that I came to before this. And I asked them, well, do you all want a Zoom session instead of coming out to the campus at 8 a.m. to listen to me talk about networking and platform technologies? They said, yeah, we want to come. So I watched them stunned. Okay, we will come.
Yeah.
If I may, Ubashi, the issue of jobs and productivity and stuff, of course, there's a commercial side to this, and anything that drives productivity and the commercial enterprise generally takes a precedent and really moves its way on to becoming normalized in society and stuff. A recent report I was just browsing through, global productivity through AI is projected to add trillions to the global economy, somewhere in the region between $2 and $4 trillion US annually. And 75% of the value of that AI input is really going into customer applications. It's going into marketing. It's going into software engineering and R&D. Now, what will happen here? Arising out of that, the report also suggests that automation of work and task will increase by 60 to 70%, emphasizing new knowledge-intensive types of competencies required to be delivered by higher education. And there's the education link. You see, there is the case where the half-life of a particular knowledge set is now approximating 2 to 3 years, and then new knowledge comes on with a rapid pace. So we have to deal in a job space for obsolescence and for planned obsolescence, because irrelevance is prominent, especially in knowledge. Knowledge is finite. And therefore, given that contextual scenario of the rapid change that we're expecting, the issues of obsolescence and planned obsolescence, which then brings us back to the education context. Jobs will go, but work will stay.
Yes.
It depends now on our alignment to that new work. And that alignment to that new work requires new skill, new competency, hence your linkage to what the curriculum must have in it at the moment. Because if a bachelor's degree is 4 years and the rate of obsolescence of knowledge is 2.5 years, we have problems. And that's where the adjustment has to come in higher education. So I just thought that I'd throw that one in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very important. I absolutely agree, Zamir, and just wanted to recommend, and I added it in the chat. There is a very interesting resource. It's a dynamical map of skills, professions, and the risk of automation that is done by MIT. It's a project run for a couple of years. It's particularly, I think, accurate when it comes to US data, but I think the methodology itself is applicable to many other environments. You know, in all the frenzy of different reports telling us how many jobs will go away, I actually am a bit tired of those reports by McKinsey and other consulting companies that are telling us all that we're going to, be unnecessary within a year or two. I remember the same discussion about drivers in 2016. There was a big push, to say there will be no drivers anymore by 2023. That was actually the forecast, and let's just look around if there are no drivers really. So I think, first of all, technology rollout is more difficult than usually people assess.
Yes.
It's much more complex, and it doesn't work in such a binary way that your job goes away. Certain tasks are changed. The inside of your job is very often different, and that's going to be true for the educational sector too. There will be some jobs that will go away. Like Samir said, there will be just new jobs that will emerge and new professions, new specializations. And I think this particular resource is very good in that context because it doesn't do that thing with those other reports kind of cause, which is hysteria. In a way, hysteria and AI-related hysteria. We've heard, I believe, from Harari about how accountants will not be needed anymore, specialized, narrow work that resembles the work that's done by algorithms, that it will be completely replaced, as opposed to creative work that will stay. Hey, today we have tools like ChatGPT that are tackling, or Midjourney for that matter, creative work specifically, and the accountants just got a new software, and they're still working. So I just say, I'm not, again, I'm trying to be realistic here, not to be overly optimistic, but it is true that most of those discourse bits and pieces, like the rise of the robots and how you will be the new unnecessariat of the world, you humans, that is just in most cases really not accurate. We have to look deeper. It's way more complex. Our jobs are a bundle of different things. In some things, technology will intervene, in some others not. Like Phaedra said, I think this was very relevant. My students also are looking for a perspective. They are looking for someone to talk to, someone knowledgeable who can offer feedback for their projects, tell them about their career path. Not necessarily for the lecture itself. Maybe here we can do some automation, who knows? But the other part, which is like mentorship, like being there for them, that is the core of the education. And that I think cannot be just simply, done by an AI-generated avatar in any meaningful way anytime soon. So I think we have to just, keep a sound mind, and just resist this frenzy, the information chaos around the jobs and artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Roger, you have the final word if there's anything else you'd like to add.
No, I think we kind of covered everything. The future is bright. The key thing is the future is bright. We got to manage it as we go forward. And not be deluded by, what I would call scare tactics, that just panic, but actually manage ourselves properly and ethically going forward.
So we would have now taken some questions from the chat and of course some feedback, but of course Phaedra and Alexandra, they already addressed those questions. Do you think that there's a need for us to ask it again, or should we take an early break?
Yeah.
No, I think they were. I
Yeah,
think they
we
were.
answered. I think we did answer to
Yeah.
this
Oh, well, yeah.
in the chat already. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for them, by the way.
Yes, so we want to thank you all for your feedback. Michael did have a little joke there. He said he was trying to send his avatar to tutor a class for him, but he's protesting about an increase in remuneration, so he'll have to go tutor that class himself. So thanks for that light one there, Michael. Michael, of course, will be joining us at 12 when the learning tracks begin. Roger, is it that students will go straight into the learning track?
They could come in here. And they will get a notification on their screen to go into the learning tracks. They're not going to get a separate link. They would come straight to this link, and then we put them in it.
Okay, so we're going to take a quick breather now. Of course, stretch your legs, make that cup of coffee, grab an early lunch. Join us back here at noon, which is 12:45 minutes. Of course, the emails, as Roger said, would have been sent out to you guys, so you would join or come back into this very meeting at 12 noon. We'll reconvene here at noon. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Rishi.
Hey, you want to post the link in the chat? The 2 links?
The thing is, you come in here, so it's not really a link. They would just come in and
okay.
just, we just send them through.
Not familiar with Google Meet.
Yeah. And it's a breakout room time. So, Zamir, you want to hold for a whole hour when we go to breakout rooms?
No, because some of the you hear me?
Yes.
Hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, because some of the content between keynote and panel was raised in my presentation. I was telling Shiva offline that on those aspects, I may be a little quicker, so I may not need the entire hour.
Right. Similarly here.
Yeah,
So, say we set it for about 45 minutes then?
that sounds more or less it, yes.
Okay. All right, cool.
Roger, I did ask Shiva, but how soon do you think it could send us the upload? Because the Express wanted it now. And also, I wanted it for news tonight.
Sounds good.
Wow. All right. So as soon as I get the notification that it's done, I will send it. Right. It takes a little while to process.
Uwashi, what is your cutoff for news tonight?
My God, maybe like 6:30.
Yeah, Roger will get it done. Roger will get it
But
done.
you'll get it
before 6:30.
You'll get it before that, long before that.
Okay.
So do you want me to cut it up to the various segments or just send the whole thing?
If it will be easier to send in portions, or I mean,
Because it's recorded as a continual.
yeah,
So,
let's send it like that.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then we'll cut it up after and post it wherever. Yeah.
Yeah, I would need some to cut up into bite size for my own platforms and stuff as well. Yeah.
Oh, you send you the whole thing. So I mean,
No, I could do the cutting up so that we could get some post-conference coverage as well.
yep. Is that his Zeppelin?
Yeah.
You saw the list, Chief?
Was that?
No, I was asking Shiva if he saw the list. I sent him a list just now. In your check in your Gmail.
What?
Check your Gmail.
Yeah, I saw the list. Yeah.
Okay. Well, everybody has access to the breakout rooms as you guys, as moderators, you'll have access to it, right? So you all could just jump to anywhere you want to go.
Okay.
You could add and throw out people and all that.
Sure.
When we start, Roger, all I need to do is what? Share my screen and start talking? Kinda?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, so once you start the breakout rooms,
Yeah.
you would drop in, you would see a notification on your screen. You just go ahead to your breakout room.
Oh, I need to move to that. To
Yeah, you
start.
need to move to the
Okay.
breakout room.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Okay.
Yeah. Make this bigger. So the whole thing just now. Why did I not see it now? Really? It's fascinating. Yeah, shipping already. The thing is, some of the participants, I don't know why, if they haven't answered the call, we can't really put them in the breakout room before. So they would have to come in and then they'd need to choose which room they want to go in, I guess. What I found interesting too is that some people just simply cannot be added to the breakout room. Yeah.
So you're trying to add the others at this present point?
Yeah, and some are going in, some not going in, which is the same problem we had. And then, I thought it was registration issues, but some people are, just, you
Well,
could add them.
Well, if they can't, I mean, just work around it and just start. I mean, they'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, I guess. All right, so you ready to start the breakout rooms then? I mean,
Yeah, 12:09. Yeah.
not many people are actually online as yet, back online. So,
Well,
all right, you run it?
Yeah. What
Okay.
do let me know what I have to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna just start the breakout room now, in which case you should get a notification on your screen that would then say, well, go ahead to the breakout room, and
Okay.
you go.
Yeah.
And then within 45 minutes, it will automatically close out and come back.
Okay. Is there any formalities, or do I start, or was she's doing anything, or advise me?
All right, you just go ahead and start, basically,
Great.
because you told them that's what's gonna happen.
Yes, no problem.
Right? Rishi, you could just bump in and out as you see fit.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. 3, two. Let me make sure I put you in each. Where's your Rishi? There we go. Okay. Huh. Well, let me know if you see yourself for either of the rooms and just jump in. Okay, because you should be able to move back and forth between the rooms. All right, breakout rooms starting in 3, 2, 1. There we go. And
Click on breakout rooms in session.
yeah. You could just go ahead and join yours.
Okay, I'm not in as yet.
There we go. We're still seeing you. So
Yeah, I'm seeing breakout rooms are in session ending. What do I click?
join.
I don't have a join button.
You have a join button?
Where's the join button?
No, never me.
Okay.
You have a join button. You have a join button. Okay. Huh.
I think some folks are being pushed to the breakout rooms and some aren't for whatever reason. Because Rishi went to hers, I guess.
Yeah, you seeing anything? There's
I got a join now. I got a
all
join.
right, good. Cool.
Well, yeah, I'm not seeing any for me.
You're not seeing any. Which room you want to go in?
Start with yours.
You could just go and click. Okay, so click on where you see the little
breakout rooms.
triangle. Yeah, breakout rooms, and just scroll down and you hit join and you'll jump in.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go in mine now.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right, you could just join yourself.
Yeah, I could join myself.
Let's switch back to messages there. Sorry. Breakout rooms. Join.
Yeah. Good day. Yes, good day.
Hi, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, okay.
For some reason, I wasn't able to join the breakout rooms.
That's okay. I may present from here then.
Okay.
So best you stay here, and that'll be fine.
All right. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Are you all still on the call?
I am.
Okay.
Right, just doing a final sound check. Is everybody hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yes, I am. I am.
Okay, great. So I will start. So if you were in the good afternoon or good morning or whichever part of the world you're joining us from, thanks for being part of the conference. If you were part of the keynote and the panel discussion, some of the content that was raised there is highlighted here. And when that happens, I'll probably be a little quicker in advancing the slides as we move forward, rather than be repetitious. I am Zamir, as Uvashi would have introduced me as part of the panel this morning, and I'm here to do a quick overview of AI in education, empowering new and existing learners of the future. I'm joining this conference from Calgary, and the slide that you're seeing is a view of the Canadian Rockies, quite beautiful, but extremely cold. So I mean, I'm managing. This is quite new to me, at least the weather part. So let's go ahead and start this discussion. Just for the sake of it, you can put your questions, comments in the chat session, and we'll pick up one or two as we move along. Again, let's start with something about some myths or potentialities with AI in education. The number of jobs requiring AI skills is expected to grow by 133% between 2020 and 2025. And I'm making this claim from a reference report called The Future of Jobs 2023, compiled by the World Economic Forum. So it's fairly, well, it's not fairly, it's very, very recent. And there are implications for this statistic or this claim for higher education, for education in general. Once you start to see that skills requirement growing at this rate, then you backtrack a little bit to see what are the requirements to fuel this kind of growth in skills and competency, and hence the education requirement. By 2025, 85 million jobs will be displaced by automation. I was alluding to this in the panel this morning as well, but just not to be too brutal and dramatic about the loss of jobs, 97 million new ones will emerge. So the question then becomes the implications for jobs, as the case may be, is that yes, there will be some loss of jobs, but work will remain. The question then becomes, is your skill and competency level aligned to that new work that will emerge, but work will remain as a result? Quick one again. Top 3 skills that will be in demand in 2025 are obvious. This is not new. Critical thinking and analysis and complex problem solving and creativity. This has been on the 21st century list of skills for a little bit, for a while now. What has become more prominent is that with the advent of AI, this requirement or this level of skill requirement has become accelerated because of the AI's intervention into the space. The top 3 industries that will see most of the job growth would be healthcare, of course, education, and professional business services. And the AI intervention is likely to be most prominent in these three sectors, not to mention productivity and in efficiency growth in nearly all tasks and jobs that will come in the next couple of years. Implications here again for education is curriculum design, is new and emerging competencies that will be required, and how do the curriculum reflect that so that we could be participants in this new space of jobs and entrepreneurship. How we'll proceed in the next couple of minutes, 45 minutes to thereabouts, we'll get some kind of brief understanding of AI and its potential applications in education. We'll try to identify some key benefits of using AI in education. I will learn how to incorporate AI into the teaching practices through different delivery approaches, whether that be synchronous, asynchronous, blended, and even some administrative delivery methods. We'll describe the new AI developments that are used in teaching. I'll cite some examples there. We'll try to understand the latest trends in natural language processing and generative AI, some of which we would have discussed in the keynote and in the panel discussion. Again, I'll be brief here a little bit. And then how does AI and natural language processing support the development of human-centered skills? We'll learn some strategies of integrating and adopting AI in education, and we'll understand the need for an importance of collaboration among policymakers, educators, industry experts, if we are to successfully integrate AI into education. The flow will be somewhat like this, in keeping with the objectives of this particular session. But key ones that we look at is some barriers, some case studies, and then what the future would hold in a kind of a wishful way as we tend to chase that particular future around the corner without having been there as yet. Couple of things very quickly. AI and ed. AI is really about the ability of computer and machines to mimic human intelligence as far as possible, and to perform tasks such as reasoning, learning, and problem solving. We're still a bit in the developmental stage of all of this. We're still short in AI from affectives, meaning consciousness, emotional issues as well. But then again, these are essentially still in their developmental stage. Examples of AI in other industries, obviously, there's a lot in healthcare, diagnostics, preventative medicines and stuff like that. Finance and banking, AI is heavily involved here. Transportation, route management, route optimization in airline industries, and in particular, and of course in manufacturing. We can use AI for disease diagnosis, predictive financial trends, and optimizing transportation routes. Bringing it back a little bit to education, where AI comes in a bit more prominent is in personalized learning. Intelligent tutoring systems, we'll say a little bit about that in a little bit. Data-driven decision makings, and hence the use of analytics. Augmented teaching, which is really the combination of AI in a delivery mechanism and face-to-face, which is the human interface in a classroom setting. Enabling collaborative learning, this is really global in nature, where you bring participants, as of this morning, where we were bringing participants from all over the world, except now we're bringing students from all over the world. Issues surrounding culture, language, traditional values, sensitivities will be a key part in how we integrate in this enabling collaborative learning environment. You can use the chat a little bit to just tell me a little bit, and I'll pick up from there. Based on your own experience, what what has been your current use of AI? Is it for administrative, like your lesson planning, like your grading? Is it for direct tutoring and you're using a particular platform or using a particular software? If there's any other thing, just drop me a line in the chat box to give me an idea of what is happening in your own space in the use of AI. If nothing is happening, that's fine. Just say so as well. That's okay. As we look at that, currently we're looking at the current challenges, some of which we would have touched a little bit in this morning's session. Quick one, the issue of student engagement. These are some of the current challenges that we have in the classroom, student engagement. It could be arising out of a number of issues. Could be the content is not, enabling enough to draw students' attention into the classroom. It could be size of the classroom, and therefore some people are passive participants in the classroom, and as such are not feeling part of the process and things like that. Of course, there are other extraneous variables outside the jurisdiction of education, issues surrounding bullying and all other extraneous variables that can also affect student engagement. But it is a current challenge in the traditional dispensation in education. We're looking at personalized learning in the traditional sense. This is a key issue in large classes, and large classes could be anything above 5 and more. And if you're in a traditional setting, sometimes these classes can range from between 20 to 30, and sometimes, and if you're in higher education, they could range from being into the hundreds in one lecture session. In dealing with that, in a traditional sense, it becomes extremely difficult to deal with personalized learning in that context. And also it deals with the issue of learning styles in that particular context. That is a traditional challenge. We may have to deal with that, with how AI can assist in reducing or increasing rather the level of personalized learning and enhancing student engagement. Resource constraint is always a challenge in any economic environment that we have to deal with. So the limitations of traditional teaching, sub-optimization, we spoke about that from a large class perspective as well. What is your greatest challenge that you had to deal with, to face with AI in the classroom? Is it a resource issue? Is it an engagement issue? Is it something that I didn't mention that you want to put on the table? Feel free to comment.
Plagiarism. I would have to say.
Plagiarism. Which brings up the issue of how do we measure? That's a critical one. Plagiarism is a subset of how do we measure, what are we measuring, and it shows up in a number of ways. That is probably one of the biggest issues with the advent of generative AI in education, because pupils, students, higher education participants have access to all these tools, and how we write assignments could
I think Chidera had a comment in the chat as well.
Okay, I'm not seeing the comments on mine. Shiva could help me with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
He said he uses ChatGPT for writing code during his degree program, and he uses it as an aid in being creative with the assignments given to him. He also uses it as a means of gaining information in general.
This is ideal. This is ideal. The question still remains. Now it is available and it should be used. That is key to this thing, because to devoid people of access to new learning and new forms of learning is retrograde, is regressive. So that I am not a proponent or a supporter of banning generative AI in the classroom. I'm a supporter of it, but I am also conscious of how we use measurement, Because if you use traditional measurements, you may not get original work. Let's be brutal about this. You may not. And therefore, if you use it as an aid, it then becomes a better issue and a better instrument for educational assimilation and content assimilation. There's a trend that's emerging around the world now that if you use a generative AI in your assignment, you're required to state that. There's even further micromanaging the assessment and the measurement of assignment, where sometimes students are asked to state their final prompt, which means it gives you an idea into the thought process of how students are thinking while they retrieve information. And that is critical part of how we would use. But to say to receive an assignment, it's a little bit of an old paradigm, because it doesn't tell you anything where this has come from, and rightly so. If students have access to a tool, they should use it. The onus is on us as educators and administrators to find the right measurement criteria that reflects original work. I'll give you a personal example. I teach a class at the master's level in leadership, currently actually. I give a case without questions, and I give the case beforehand, and they have to prepare. Now, they can use any tool available to them, whether it's in a group, whether it's an individual. With the case, they have to extract the themes they think is emerging from the case. They have to anticipate what is going to happen. They have to problem solve a particular challenge that is emerging in the case. But they don't know the questions. When they come to class, I have a battery of questions to ask, which they must now respond verbally in a face-to-face setting. But the work prior to that is all generative AI, is remote. And that's the collaborative integration between AI, measurement criteria for original work, and face-to-face, which is the human interface. And that is the point I'm trying to get at, in that there's no issue of banning the generative AI. It's here. It's going to remain and get even better. But we have to find new ways of dealing with that to get original work out of students. Now, however they choose to use generative AI in a case study, that's perfect. They have to explore all possible angles that I may ask, because they don't know, which means if you've done that level of research, you're well prepared. And if you use AI to help you in that preparation, that's the kind of collaborative engagement that AI has in integrating into the delivery of education. Couple of benefits. Some of this you guys will know already. Shiva, you could tell me when you have questions from the chat, huh? Yeah, a couple of benefits that AI will bring. Some of this, we're saying that the platform can provide customized learning materials. Of course, all of this really, the big issue here, AI is being touted as having the ability to personalize learning. That is probably one of the biggest marketing piece we've had of the benefit side of AI, and it might be very correct. I may deliver in a K-12 or in what we say in the Caribbean, A-level class or a standard 5 class or a form 5 class, 6 steps to solve a mathematical problem. There might be a student in that class who may have a gap in that 6-step approach. AI can take my 6-step and convert it into a 9-step problem-solving approach for an individual who didn't quite get the 6-step because it was too, the increment of the steps was too bold. That's part of the beneficial part of personalized learning with AI's intervention. The greatest outcome, yeah, go on, sorry.
There have commented that students are often tempted to copy and paste answers when they get it from GPT. However, for them to learn rather than copy and paste, You need to feel like you did the work, because as a student, he would feel guilty if he just copies from chat and paste rather than try to learn from, chat GPT in terms of the information provided.
Yes, valid. Now, that might be quite an issue. Now, there's a moral issue here as well, which is what is alluded in the comment from the participant, in that he or she feels a moral obligation and a bit of a guilt here. That is one part, and that's a good side. And then there's the science of AI in proctoring. That has to be, is developmental, but there are great strides in proctoring for original work. One possibility is that in the assignment, there are blockers that AI can do for copying. There are blockers for intentionally going to an AI site to getting content if that is required by the course facilitator. So there are AI mechanisms to deal with other aspects of it, and there's also a personal and moral obligation to deal with that as well. Proctoring in an AI space for examinations and assignment is probably one of the lesser developed aspects of AI in education. We're big on content delivery, we're big on personalized learning and the delivery of content. We're still in very evolutionary stages of proctoring for exams and proctoring for assignments to ensure original work. Some developments have been taking place, but we're still slightly behind there. Personalized learning. The PL there is personalized learning. Of course, we're big on that, and AI has made tremendous strides in dealing with the development of individual education plans for each individual inside of a classroom. Of course, the other one is intelligent tutoring systems, which is diagnostic in nature and can anticipate, based on your responses as a student or a participant, what are the emerging gaps in content and understanding, and then proctor something, the recommendations either to the participant or the course facilitator for remedial action. Of course, the DDD is data-driven decisions, which is the analytics side of AI in education, where you can deal with different how people understand, how people learn, and using that particular kind of data to alter content to suit sensitivities in language, in culture, in geography, as the case may be. These are good stuff from the AI standpoint. The AT part of it is administrative task, and some of you would already be engaged in some of that to help you as a course facilitator or teacher in the classroom, which frees up enough time to deal with personal interventions in the classroom, because some of these tasks would have been automated by AI. I just give you a personal example where I give a case without questions, and they go all over to research and stuff like that. But my personal intervention comes when they come back to class with a prepared piece, and then we start the debate about how we should approach this particular issue or problem solve a particular case. Again, time compression. With the advent of AI in ed, we're compressing time, getting more done in lesser time, and we're freeing up greater time for greater interactions and creative type of discourse. Of course, the ECL, the enabling community learning, that is the broadening of inclusivity into the learning process. So you're no longer confined to 20 people or 10 people in a face-to-face session, but you could open up the collaboration globally, of course, with sensitivities of language, culture, and values added to that. As a reflection point again, what is the greatest benefit that AI has brought to you in your teaching and learning, whether you are a student, a participant, a course facilitator, or a teacher? Jot down one or two things that you found that have benefited you in all of this. And Shiva will help me with the chat. Some practices in the case, just as a lighter note, this is the street I'm staying in the Rockies. This is a live picture that I took yesterday. It's really beautiful, but overly cold. Let's get back to the content here now. Current delivery formats that we're dealing with. Natural language processing. This is good for both course facilitators, teachers, educators, as well as students, which negates the ability for you to understand syntax, which negates the ability for you to understand code and coding requirements to get an answer. You write and you process in your own natural language. And this is a big gain for AI in the teaching practice. Of course, we've already mentioned the administrative automation for course facilitators, where you could customize your courses to suit. You could give the parameters of how you want to build this course. And then, of course, AI will make some suggestions of how you could tailor this course in terms of lesson planning, other administrative automation, is grading and feedback. Of course, delivery format could be synchronous, as this is now. This is a synchronous piece. Shiva and the team of the conference team could then put this onto an asynchronous platform where anybody can download it anytime afterwards. Of course, again, there's a blended version, which is part face-to-face and part AI. And these delivery formats makes accessibility a big asset from a structured format of 9 o'clock Monday morning, you must be in class and stuff like that. Given, especially in higher education, where most of the participants are in work, this kind of delivery format is very inclusive in terms of bringing in more people into the learning community, because they now have some levels of flexibility in receiving content. Some of this would have, in terms of the ethical issues, some of this would have been raised. So I'll be a little quicker here this morning by our keynote and panelists this morning. The issue of bias has been raised and discussed because AI operates on a foundational model built with data. If the data set is not inclusive enough, it could exclude certain groups, certain parameters of people with challenges and stuff like that. So there is the possibility. And then for AI to work, it must have a threshold of large quantities of data, which it harnesses in a foundational kind of data modeling exercise to bring out some responses when it's in use. If that data set is huge, and it must be, there are possibilities of the data being skewed in some way, being aligned to favor and unfavor certain aspects, certain communities and stuff like that. And we have to deal with that in an evolutionary and developmental way. The issue of privacy came up this morning. I'll just mention it briefly here. Data can be used to track students and make decisions about their future without their consent. What in the European Union, as we discussed this morning, one of the key issues is the right to be forgotten, as part of policy in all of this. And you as a participant whose data has been collected, you have the right to request that you need to be forgotten. And that means is that not that you're irrelevant, is that your data must be eliminated from what AI source it was gathered from, so that it cannot be used elsewhere without your consent. These are some issues that are coming out. In Europe, there is a move to get a participatory framework for AI in ed and AI in general. In the United States, it's not so far advanced. In Canada, there is some movement there. In the Caribbean, which was where I'm from, there is no holistic approach to legislative or regulatory framework at the moment for AI and AI in education in particular.
Chidera would have added a comment in the chat.
Yes.
He says that the AI makes us more than we would normally be because we are the ones commanding or asking questions of the GPT. So that he believes it's a benefit to us. He also says that it will help us to be creative in our jobs and projects we encounter in our lives.
And he's on point. And he's on point with that. Totally in agreement with that. It pushes you to lift your standard, and it does that in what I like to call time compression. In a lesser time span, it brings you to a certain kind of level of engagement that is required. I totally agree with it. Of course, the issue of transparency is big as well. Again, all of these ethical issues and responsible AI, there's a moral obligation. Sometimes students in certain jurisdictions are asked to sign off on certain aspects of consent for original work. Now, that might be legalistic, and it still doesn't prevent people from getting into all aspects of generative AI, some of which could be unethical, because enforcement becomes an issue. It has to be, going forward, that some of this has to be automated in itself. But the rush of AI in ed has been on the content side, it has been on the delivery side, it has been on the personalization side. Again, we're now catching up with measurements and regulatory framework. Again, we're still in developmental stages. Again, this is more of a reflective side. Do you think that there's bias in the use of AI in education? Share your thoughts. Yes, no, in between, and stuff like that. Just for the sake of it, based on your own personal experience and observation.
Well, I would say that in some instances there has been a bias towards the negative side of AI, given that some people believe the machines are coming, so to speak, in sort of a doomsday sort of scenario in some instances. One, two, I would say that there may be this overall fear that they may be coming, AI is possibly coming for their jobs. While in your statistical presentation you would have underscored that while some jobs may be outdated when AI fully takes stream, others will be generated. So there would need to be a focus on upskilling, so to speak. So it's a double-edged sword, so to speak. And I think as Alexandra would have outlined, it's about really the responsible use of AI, and helping it to be more collaborative rather than adversarial.
Yeah, I think you. Go on, sorry.
No, that's it.
Yeah, I think you're very much on point here. The thing about it is, as we were discussing this morning in panel, jobs will go. And whether there's AI or not, jobs will go. We're dealing with obsolescence over time, and that's a natural consequence. What may happen is that with the advent of AI, that may be accelerated, and the pace of obsolescence also accelerated. What that means is that if jobs are going, and we will have to admit that, new ones are coming, but work is staying, but the definition of work may be redefined. Education plays an important role in realigning competencies and curricula to be part of the work that will have to remain, because it wouldn't be the same work, and it can't be. So that is the challenge. And the thing about it is, educational planning, curricular planning, has a time horizon. We now have to get in sync with a curriculum implementation time frame and the pace of obsolescence. There is no issue of doing a 4-year degree when the half-life time of knowledge is 2.5. And that's why you see programs already around the world in a phase of compression, and they're trying to finish this. Not that they're shortening it, they're trying to remain relevant. Because at the end of your 4th year, the first 2 years of content may be questionable already because of the pace that we're dealing with. It also makes the case for lifelong learning, that you can't complete a degree and say, that's it for me. it's a case of lifelong learning, and Shiva used the right term, upskilling. Sometimes upskilling means getting better at what you do based on current trends. But reskilling is also a critical part in ed, and especially in AI in ed. Reskilling really means abandon what you've learned, learn something new, because we're doing it the new way. That is a big part as well of how we have to deal with this pace of technological revolution that is coming into education. Quick one, we would have touched a little bit again on this. What are some barriers and how are we dealing with this? Cost is a big issue. Cost is a big issue, but cost has always been an issue. So that should not be a deterrent. We have to find ways to reduce cost. We had that in renewable energy, where the cost of renewable energy was prohibitive given time. People are having electric cars with some level of economic comfort now because it has come down. Photovoltaics and solar energy has taken a big strides in reducing cost. So notwithstanding the high upfront costs, now the pace of change is coming down really, really quick, and so too is some cost of AI acquisition. Now, ChatGPT is riding a high because it is exploiting the use of first mover advantage in the AI space. But already we have seen, since the advent of GPT, so many other platforms have emerged, and so many software, AI software and platforms have emerged. And now, because of that level of competitive environment, the costs will in fact start to come down. And sooner or later, it becomes a norm to be loaded on the hardware when you buy it. Hopefully, we'll see that soon. Of course, infrastructure, again discussed this morning, is a big issue in AI, and we have to deal with that in a certain kind of way. If we don't deal with that, and we don't take the bite in investing in the kinds of infrastructure for digital education, for IT infrastructure, for remote learning and stuff, if we don't, we may soon end up with a cadre of persons that are rendered really useless. And we may create a social stratification and class of people that are rendered useless because they become irrelevant in the operating space that all of us will find ourselves in again. And of course, again, another barrier is resistance to change. That's humanistic. We're always slightly opposed to anything that is disruptive, but disruption and chaos is inevitable. It's really the management of the chaos that is more important, because you can't avoid it. It's how do we manage this particular chaos or this particular disruption. There will be disruption. Disruption leads you into some kind of new dispensation. And AI is doing it at an accelerated pace now. Of course, some strategies, pilot systems, see how it works, learn from it. And we are in that phase, provide learning and training support, and then monitor. The basic project plan on a phase basis will help to reduce some of that. The issue here, again, we talk about frameworks, legislative, policy, industry. Now, commerce will drive a lot of this. Profit-centered commercial organization will drive a lot of this. You've seen the remarkable works done by Amazon and other big tech companies in doing it. We've seen Facebook and Meta already involved in all these kinds of stuff that are doing it. If commerce and corporate is driving this, they will need a cadre of doers and practitioners equipped with skills and competencies to drive that initiative. Where will that come from? That has to come from the learning environment. That has to come from education. That has to come from continuous learning. And that's where AI in education comes in, and a review of curricula. It cannot be same old. But you have to do this in a collaborative effort with policymakers, with educators, And you have to do that with industry experts. They know where they're heading and will look for a workforce with the kind of competency to drive them in that particular direction. This reflective moment again, what strategy you think your school or your institution is using or can use to reduce the cost of AI acquisition in education? Is there something that you're doing in your environment to help mitigate against the high costs that we're dealing at the moment? Of course, the trend line is heading towards lower costs, but at the moment, some could be cost prohibitive. Reflect on that a little bit. Drop me a line in the chat to tell me what you're doing or what your organization is doing to mitigate against some aspects of cost. Some case studies and success stories. It's not all doom and gloom. It's not all fearful or fear of technology. Lots of good stuff has happened in the space with AI. Personalized learning, as we say, there's documented research of performance improvement published very recently in Computers and Education 2021. So there's evidence of AI's intervention and the goodies that has come out of that. There's also AI-powered tutoring systems that help students with dyslexia, I hope I'm saying that right, learn to read in a very prestigious magazine and journal, Nature 2020, also documented as success stories in which AI has had tremendous impact on learning outcomes. So these are not hearsay, these are documented cases where the proof is there of the intervention of AI in some of these cases. And again, we spoke about accessibility, disability challenges. This is one where AI has come to the rescue in providing some level of support to help students with this particular challenge. Of course, published in Educational Technology Research in 2019, again, another success story. The whole VR, augmented reality and virtual reality is big. It continues to grow with augmenting immersion, immersive type of learning, where if you're doing history or if you're doing culture, in a particular environment, you get immersed into that culture and into that history so that you become a participant of the history as it was unfolding at that moment in time. A century ago, you get immersion into that. And that's where AI puts you into the learning space, even though it has happened a century ago. These are some revolutionary aspects of immersive learning and where AI can make a very valuable and value-added contribution to education.
Samir, we would have had a comment in the chat from Nathaniel Armstrong. Tesla with their AI system continues to make big strides, so much so the latest beta version picks up what us humans completely overlook when driving. So giving a good look to the AI space from the tech person side of things, after all, many persons still have the barrier of not wanting to even sit in such a vehicle.
Yes, yes, and that is humanistic more than scientific, and we're all humans first. Huh? Let's accept that. We are humans first and something else after that, but we're humans first. So is Nathaniel, you said?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So Nathaniel's point is valid. We could talk of all these advances. We must remember that we're still human, and with human comes a conscience, and a conscience is the ability to feel fear, love, anger, hatred, joy. We're not quite there yet with AI, developmental still. But Nathaniel is correct. You could tell me all these things. I still don't want to sit in a car with nobody's driving. And that's an expected outcome. It may have to do with a little bit of fear of technology. It can be mitigated by additional awareness of virtual realities and driverless vehicles and stuff like that. And strange enough, he mentioned Tesla. but the biggest EV company in the world that's driving EV electric vehicles and to some extent driverless is a company called BYD out of China, and is the biggest producer, of electric vehicles globally. And they're making tremendous strides. Sometimes it doesn't get covered, of course, because of the geopolitics a little bit involved there. But let's take a scientific view. It is making tremendous strides. And just like how the cost of a Tesla is kind of exorbitant by all regards, that too has to come down because of competitive pressures in the space. So too will AI execution because of competitors in the space. And that's a good thing for some of us who are users of AI, because it now becomes within our reach to access it, whether it's a cost issue that's now reachable or otherwise. But Nathaniel's point is valid. We are humans first, and we are expected to act on our conscience sometimes. That's normal. This was mentioned in the session this morning between keynote and panel. Natural language processing, and in terms of writing, you could be doing math and have difficulty because you're not numbers oriented, but you're a good storyteller. Somebody was saying that this morning. AI can then develop a story because you're strong there, and use the story to help you convert into mathematical kinds of operations. But the conduit to it is meeting you where you are and then taking you through a process of comfort to get to a difficult situation, which would have otherwise been, a little bit difficult for you if you are taking it on directly. That is the kind of transitional works that AI can do to move you, or to use your strength rather, to get to other difficult points that you may be encountering. Again, another success story as we've seen. And then let's get to the kind of wishful thinking as we try to see around the corner before arriving there. And how do we plan in dealing with things now so that we're better prepared when we arrive around the corner, because we're not shocked and we're dealing in a little bit of forecast, in a little bit of daydreaming, and it's good to dream. And sometimes to dream big as well. Now, let's get to the point, and we were making the idea of knowledge and obsolescence. The average half-life is less than 5 years, sometimes 4, sometimes 3, and depending on what you are. If you're in tech, it's even shorter. Again, implications for education. Watch your curricula, watch your program duration, because you may be delivering something that has already gone, watch that. And I think Shiva was alluding to the point a while ago of the concept of reskilling and upskilling, because half-lives of knowledge are shorter now. We have to get to that point where re-education and reskilling must be part of an industry academia initiative. It can't be academia alone, because we're preparing people to be two things: to take up big jobs in industry, which is changing, or to become entrepreneurs, which means you create the jobs. And you can't create jobs with old skills. Renewable energy means renewable skills, and renew your skills in that way. Re-education and reskilling must be a village effort, and I'm using village in the broadest sense. It must be NGOs, it must be industry, it must be policymakers, it must be other academic institutions. That's how broad AI is encircling the space. New curricula must represent foundational knowledge base. Now that's a key point, because AI itself is built on foundational models, and then they add to it. If our new curricula is based on a kind of a foundational knowledge base, even when we leave the schooling environment, the foundational knowledge base is additive. It becomes easy to add-ons. And we hear the term add-ons in software generation. We build a platform, and then the add-ons come. It's easy to build on. Knowledge and schooling and curricula must shift to that kind of model, where you're dealing with foundational knowledge, but the capability for additional add-ons long after you've left the school environment. And the case for continuous learning, continuous reskilling and upskilling becomes paramount. You can't do learning and stop anymore. You become irrelevant or obsolete, as the case may be. This is a reflective point. What is on your wish list for AI? And this is where you get to dream. And dream big. You could get fancy here. You could get anyhow you want. This is not judgmental. What is in your dream list? Where you see this thing heading, in a way? You don't have to prove anything. Just say how dreamy you can be, because out of dreams comes options. And then out of options comes a framework to build, to realize those options.
I think,
go on.
I mean, in terms of, how I've, had always, this vision of each and every student, who within our education system, because a lot of us came through it. I mean, some of it shortchanges them, some of them, come out, better than ever. And for me, I would like to see, really equality for all, and really the education system, serving each and every person with no child left behind. So in terms of AI specifically, really fulfilling that objective of, no child left behind.
Yeah, I think that's very noble. I think is the wish. Many will share that same wish with you as well. Accessibility, I will add to that, for all, but you did mention for all. Nobody's going to be left behind. AI is about the massification. If it ever was there, it's now perfectly enhanced, of bringing people, regardless of your origin, your background, or your circumstance, is bringing people into the space of learning, And I have this saying that no learning is wasted. Somewhere in your life, if not immediate, you will draw on every aspect of every experience that you would have had in a learning space. No learning is wasted. Any other comment from the panel? That's it there. This is where I kind of end a little bit by saying this is an old John Dewey. I always read it a lot. It's very old, but it's very relevant. If we teach today's student as we taught yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. In the short version of this, we can't be same old, same old. We can't be traditionalists as much as we like to be. We must embrace the new learning opportunities, the new learning delivery mechanisms and stuff like that. Because if we don't, we're denying people of opportunities to participate in either entrepreneurial life or participatory in the economies that they will have to deal with, or else the consequences would be irrelevance. And that is where the huge potential comes in. All over the world, not just in the Caribbean, but all over the world, AI in general is still developmental. As fast as it is moving, it is still developmental, which gives you an idea of the potential of this particular initiative. Shiva, over to you.
It
Thanks,
may
Mira,
be
for
over
wishing.
to me. Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed, who, of course, your learning track was AI in education, and Roger St. Hilaire, your learning track was learning analytics. Thank you all so much. And we trust all the attendees would have had an eye-opening and an engaging time in the respective learning tracks. So on behalf of ID Effects, I'd like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Alexandra Przelinska, for taking the time from your research and teaching to join us miles away to share insight and share the research in your respective field. Dr. Phaedra Mohammed, also had a very hectic day of teaching, and she, of course, took her time to share with us. Dr. Zamir Mohammed, well, you could probably be voted the most traveled of our panelists and experts here today. So thank you for taking the time off your exceedingly hectic schedule to join us this morning, and of course, share of your wealth of experiences. Roger St. Hilaire, flying that Trinity flag high wherever you go. Thank you for sharing your on-hand experience, and also, you know, you always have that bright smile and you're able to light up and make light of what can be, you know, heavy information to digest. Shiva, of course, you have been the glue that held this entire project together. Thank you. And to the IDFX team, I want to wish you all the best in your upcoming projects. To the attendees, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, this conference would not have been without you all. So we just want to thank you for taking your time to join us. We know some of you all may have had to leave a little bit early. Some of you all would have just popped back in. So just thank you so much and thank you for your interest in this field. Thank you for your interest in artificial intelligence and analytics in education. So American motivational writer William Arthur Ward, he said, teaching is more than imparting knowledge, it is inspiring change. Learning is more than absorbing, it is acquiring understanding. I just wanted to leave you all educators with that. So it's been my pleasure to join you all here for the greater part of the day. Thank you all so much for having me. As I mentioned, it has been my pleasure. Just want to wish you all God's blessings in all that you do. And I really wish that, you know, you continue doing what you're doing. There are benefits out there. So thank you so much. So to the attendees, you can feel free to stay and engage in some virtual networking. The meeting remains open for just about 14 minutes longer, up until 1:30 p.m. And of course, you can look out for the full recording of this conference. It will be uploaded onto the IDFX website. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ravishi. Thank you, everybody. Thanks to the team and all the attendees.
Thanks, Ravishi. Thank you guys so much. It's been a blast.
All right, so you guys could, ask questions, whatever. People who are on, feel free to just open the floor. This is Dr. Zamir and myself. We're going to be here for a little bit until about 1:30, and then we'd shut down everything at that point.